Okay, dear chess friends, welcome to the live commentary of the fifth round of European Women Chess Championship 2022. I'm very happy to be here with you again. My name is Martin Petr. I will be the host of this round's commentary. And you can already see that the fifth round is in progress. We have 15 minutes delay of the live transmission of the games due to anti-cheating reasons. And we may have a look at the pairings because fifth round it's already almost in the middle of the competition. It's 5 out of 11. So the tension is growing, and we already have uh, favorites playing against each other. For example, on the first board, we have Nana Zagnidze, the biggest favorite of the event, with 3.5 out of 4, against Anna Ushenina, the famous Ukrainian player, number 8 in the tournament. So this will be the fight I am looking forward to. And on the second board, we have Azerbaijani duel between Gunay Mamadzada and Gulnar Mamadova. And the third board, very experienced Jelena Danielian, the sixth seed, is playing against young Azerbaijani Yulia Fatalieva. Sadly for us, for the Czech fans, the best Czech player is on board 21, Natalie Kaňáková, and also board 24, Eliška Richterová. We will look at their games. Maybe Julia Movsesian, board for 34, the best Czech player according to the rating. So let's have a look at the games. I already have the first board here between Anna Zadnice and Anna Ushenina. They started the game 15 minutes ago, but for us it's just now. And you can see that the opening is the Queen's Gambit declined. It's a very calm opening. It is supposed to be a very stable and responsible one, played many times in World Championship matches. And of course, the main line here is, well, you can play bishop g5, you can take on d5, and you can choose knight f3. Then maybe you can even transpose to the Catalan by playing g3. So there are many options. Black can also reply by bishop b4, or by bishop e7, or by call me c6, or even c5 then, depending on what white will choose. The second board. Oh, this is a French defense. It's my own opening, so I am looking forward to this. Well, the question is whether they will fight or not, because they are from the same team, from Azerbaijan team, and you may remember some of the games between Shahryar Mamedyarov and Teimur Rajabov. They made like, I don't know, 50 draws in their classical games, because of course they know each other very well. They are from the same country, they are friends, and it's especially tough for them to play against each other. But as I understand, usually women, they fight. And okay, I'm looking forward to this game. Honestly, I expect that they will fight. But this opening is actually quite a calm one. Black took on e4, which is one of the most classical responses. The more aggressive one would be bishop b4, the McCutcheon variation. It's also possible to play, or bishop e7. And there is this famous Alekhine gambit by h4. So this is also normal. Okay, the third board. Oh my. Yeah, I think Jelena Danielian wants to have a game without theory and to use her experience against her young opponent, because this is some sort of King's Indian, but without knight f6. And there are some nuances where this can tell. For example, where black can develop the bishop, let's say after c4, bishop g7, knight c3. We can see some variations where the knight goes here and black plays e5, and then the knight can sometimes go to e7, but it's not considered to be good objectively, due I mean, in opening theory, objectively due to the lack of development, the knight usually goes to f6 and it's developed normally. Okay, and the check game. Yeah, I need to go to the fifth round, and Natalia Kanyáková is playing against Sidonia Lazarne-Vaida, Hungarian international master. And I wonder what was this opening? It was Dutch? Yeah, probably. Yeah, it was Dutch defense. You know what they say when your opponent wants to play Dutch, please uh, don't don't block it. It's considered to be better for white. Uh, and honestly, I don't know anything about this line knight c6. I'm a little bit surprised by this move because normally black plays something like queen e8 or c6 or something like that, and then preparing the move e5. But here in this game, black played knight c6, which is inviting white to play the d5 move. Okay. As I can see, black spent 6 seconds on knight e5 and 8 seconds on knight c6. I can see that from Chess24 website. It means that it's black's preparation. Okay, that's interesting because I I don't like this preparation. I feel that this e5 pawn will be weak. It's weak already. And after, let's say, maybe I can even play e4, no? What is she going to do? f4? Maybe. Or e6, maybe. Okay. Interesting. e6, maybe, yeah. Okay, e4 is not necessary. Of course, I can continue normally. The computer is suggesting move a4. Okay, also possible. Black wants to attack white on the king side, and as I know Natalia, she is a very attacking player. She wants to attack on the king side. That's true, but on the other hand, there are no pieces yet. So I can't imagine the attack to be dangerous. For example, after knight g4, the knight is completely alone there and it's doing nothing there. So it's about preparation of this attack. As I told you, usually in Dutch we see like queen e8 and the c6 move against knight b5. But here queen e8 is not possible, I believe, because of this knight b5. So I don't see a way how black can get the queen to the king's side. And also, I don't know. For example, if you play f4, I just leave it like that and I will do nothing, I think, in this position. So yeah, I'm very interested to see what black's preparation is, and they are continuing quite quickly. Oh my, interesting. Queen b3 was played very fast. Okay. So white, she knows the stuff. She thought only for a minute on queen b3. So probably she played it before and it took only 2 minutes and Natalie played h6. Okay. As you can see, she is trying to increase pressure on the king side, for example, by playing g5 here in this position and starting an attack on the king side. Okay, this will be an interesting game. I'm looking forward to it. Natalia is not afraid, and I hope she will play a nice attacking game. But objectively, I don't like black's position because you see the center of white, it's very good. These pawns on c4 and d5. I have, for example, the plan to go c5 here in this position, open all the lines. So I'm very curious to see what exactly is black's preparation here and what is going to happen. Okay, thank you all for watching. Don't be afraid to write comments on YouTube and on our YouTube of Czech Chess Federation. If you want to see some specific game or if you want to ask anything, don't be afraid to write me in the chat. I can see the chat, so I will answer you. I will do my best to answer you. Uh, anyway, Rook D1. Rook D1 followed, and it's black to move. And I'm looking forward to black's continuation because it seems like it's her's preparation. But I can see a famous guest in the room. Hi. Do you want to go here or no? No. Okay. Okay. I have from time to time I have guests in the commentary room. I hope that the girls will come after finishing their games. But from time to time we have some guests in the room. So hello. I will do my best to do the commentary. Rook d1, and now I expect the g5 move. It would be in the spirit of the position. Okay, g5 on the board. Okay, I like her style. So g5 really happened. I was also about to suggest king h7, stepping out of the diagonal with the king. But honestly, this strategy looks very risky. I mean, black has nothing in the center, so I would be very afraid to see c5 on the board. And now I don't know. I mean, the d6 is a strong threat. And yeah, this is some sort of a special preparation because the evaluation of the computer is like plus 1.2, but black is playing very quickly. So that's something we don't see very often. But yeah, it suits her style, and now the computer suggests king h8, which is logical, stepping out of the diagonal. And then, after, I don't know, a4 or something like that, just to illustrate the point, I will play queen e8 now. And I'm going to h5. I'm going to h5. The problem is the move knight b5, which is quite annoying. And then I will be forced to sacrifice something. But I can imagine the situation that I can, for example, especially when f4 is on the board. Now I'm too slow, I think, but I can imagine the situation after queen h5, knight takes c7, and then just let's say rook b8, and then f4 is a very serious threat. And then bishop h3, starting an attack on the king side. On the other hand, there is still the queen on b3, so yeah, I don't believe this one. But it can be dangerous, maybe. But honestly, I'm surprised by black's preparation, and I guess white will play c5 now. It's a very logical one, and this will follow. And then I'm very curious to see what will happen, because yeah. Yeah, because this is an interesting one. Yeah, king h8. This is logical. The thing is that for whites, it's difficult to find a plan. I suggested this a4 move, which seems like dumb, right? It seems like it has no purpose, but actually it covers the b5 square, so it's kind of useful. But you can't develop the bishop. When you develop the bishop on e3, I can play f4, and it's something I want anyway, so it's not bad for black. So the only square the bishop can go is bishop d2, which is quite passive. And then maybe even I can play something like a6 to cover the b5 square and to prepare queen e8 maneuver with queen h5 then on the next move. I like this move, h6 a lot. A6, pardon, and then queen e8. Yeah, this will be interesting. I will return to this game later, surely. This is gonna be a fight. I'm happy for for this position, and I hope the preparation of Natalia was deep enough that she hopefully will not end in a bad position. Okay, let's return to the top boards. There we have a Vienna variation, at least I think that's the name, of the Queen's Gambit. After bishop g5, which is one of the main variations, black reacted by d takes c4, and this is considered to be a very risky line. But yeah, nowadays with computers, you can analyze everything almost till the end, so it's objectively okay. But you need to know your stuff. For example, after e4, you really need to know what you are doing, because otherwise white will have a beautiful position. She can take on c4 or play e5, and there is this pin on the knight. So you really need to know what you are doing. And there are many variations, starting with c5 or b5. Yeah, and I'm not an expert on opening theory, so I will not try to hide that. No. I will wait what happens, and then we will talk about it. Basically, I believe that this is playable, but you need to know the stuff. You need to understand the variation and prepare it with computer. White thought for 5 minutes over bishop g5, which is quite a lot actually, and black thought for 5 minutes over d takes c4. And that suggests that they prepared something else before the game. And now they are remembering all these variations and what are her's preparation. Not for this game, but overall in her files. I mean, whether she analyzed e4, c5, or something else, or white can also play e3 calmly. It's also completely playable. So she is trying to remember all the stuff, and it will take some time. Due to the time management, we can say that this was not preparation of both players before the game, but from time to time they are trying to bluff, they are trying to hide what they know and what they don't know. And it can also be this case, or they are just remembering the preparation. And the next game, okay, this was my analysis. In the game, knight takes e4, bishop e7 happened. But now I'm quite surprised by the next move of white, because I remember that the main variation is to take with the bishop here. You have to do something with the knight, right? Because the knight's already hanging, and usually they take with the bishop. At least a few years ago, they were usually taking with the bishop, and then black can take either with the bishop, where white follows with knight f3, then bishop d3, let's say, or even queen d2, and preparing long castle. Usually, there are also other plans, of course. Or black has a possibility to take with the pawn and play for the bishop pair, but with broken kingside structure. This is considered to be very risky, but for example, Morozevich played this very often, and he has great games in this variation, either with a6, b5 plan, or more passively with b6 and putting the bishop to b7. So this is normal. Knight takes f6 is also normal, but this is considered to be a little bit more drawish than usual, and this should be holdable for black. We have no problems. Only this bishop on c8 is a little bit passive, but two pairs of light pieces are off the board, and of course black is a little bit cramped here. White has space advantage, but without these two pairs of light pieces, this is not such a big issue. So I would just castle here and then consider playing c5 or b6 in the position. Okay, black played c5 immediately after 4 minutes of thinking. Should be also completely okay, but now bishop b5 is a thing. You can consider that, and after bishop d7, maybe even queen e2, and then c takes d4, long castle, or maybe take king on d7 first, and then taking on d4. This is slightly better for white because she will regain the pawn on d4 with an active position, active pieces. She will get hold of over the d file, and it's a little bit better. So I'm not a fan of the c5 move, but it's normal. Maybe it's okay objectively. And anyway, it's in any case, it's not a mistake by any means. Only it's giving white this option, but if black's prepared for this, then there is no problem at all. Usually we want to play the c5 move anyway, just maybe we castle first and then the c5 is on the table, or even the rook d8, using the fact that the queen is no longer on d8, blocking the rook. So yeah, this is all quite normal, and we will return to the game of Nana Zagnidze. We have this bishop g7 on the board, and white didn't want to go into the king's Indian, and instead she played e4, and she transposed the game to do some sort of Peretz defense, and then bishop d3 is quite normal, but usually they develop the knight first. Knight c3, bishop e3, because white can also prepare long castle here. By playing bishop d3, you are saying, okay, I'm going to play short castle, and I want to have the c3 move in the reserve. This is a very calm positional approach. I like it, but maybe Ulvia is an e4 or d4 player, and e4 is not her main variation. So now that she ended up in Peretz, it will take some time. But from black's point of view, the position is a little bit worse, and you can do almost nothing about it because, yeah, white has the center. So that's the main thing in the position. Of course, you can try something like knight c6, that I sort of expect to happen. The thing is that by playing d5, white didn't help the position too much, because black can play knight b4, attacking the bishop on d3, and then she can prepare c6 and breaking up the center. But it's possible. And after c3, I wanted to show the move e5, which is quite possible here. Well, after d5, we have a very nice king's Indian structure for black. I don't believe this is good for white. So she needs to leave the pawn on d4, and she can play something like h3 maybe. And black can take, but this is considered to be very risky. And this is not possible at all, because there is this nasty check on a4. So the d4 pawn is protected, actually, and h3 is a possibility here, calmly improving the position. But in the game, black chose a different plan. She played c5 after 14 minutes of thinking, and that's a lot. They are out of the theory. Jelena Danielian, I believe she came to the game that she wanted to play chess, to get the game out of theory as quickly as possible, and she succeeded. She succeeded. The other thing is that she succeeded in a slightly worse position. That's usually the case when you don't want to play theory with black. Yeah, the position is worse, but nothing too big is happening. And now the decision is with white. She can play d5, transposing the game into some sort of Benoni. It may be objectively the best move. But if she doesn't play Benoni with white, as would be my case, for example, I would be not that happy with d5, then we can play c3 normally. And I believe this is a normal continuation. Black can try to put some pressure on the d4 square, and that's something that can easily happen in the game, I believe. This is one possibility. Or white can even take the c5 pawn with no issues. Then black can choose between queen a5 and queen takes c5, which seems to be the most logical approach, or taking by the d pawn, but I believe this position after queen e2 or just castling is better for white. It's usually considered to be slightly better for white because the pawn went too far, and this is sort of a weakness. Also, white has some edge in the development, and it's difficult to get the knight from g8 into play. Yeah, and actually d takes c5 happened on the board. When you don't know the theory, which I believe is the case right in this game, I think this may be the most practical approach. It's a practical decision. White will have a small advantage and nothing else is happening. And I'm happy that black played queen a5. I believe it's the best solution. She doesn't want to get into the sort of symmetrical pawn structure. She's going to take with the queen on c5. I'm not saying it's just... I'm not saying it's the solution of all black's problems. I believe white is anyway slightly better. But yeah, I believe it's the correct continuation. The problem for white is that she doesn't want to have the bishop on d5, on d2, and she doesn't want to have the pawn on c3. But something needs to be done, right? There is a check. So yeah. Also, queen d2 looks very stupid. So white actually doesn't want to do anything here, but she needs to. And I believe it will be the move c3. But then black will take with the queen on c5. And I believe white will make short castle. And we will end up in some sort of Marozzi position. But there is no c4 move yet. This is what white needs, actually. And black gains some time, maybe, but still, it should be objectively a little bit better for white because of this pawn structure and possible c4 move. But it's completely playable for black. I believe this will happen on the board because apart from that, I don't believe that bishop g2 is a good move. It's playable, but then you will still need to solve the problem of this diagonal, and the bishop on d2 is stupid. And if you play this, I believe this is nothing completely. And this bishop is only blocking the c2 pawn. So this is not going to happen. I'm expecting c3 here. Yeah. Okay, we will see. We will see what happens in the game. And the game we didn't check yet is the Polish duel between Monika Sochko and Jolanta Zawadzka. This is some of the difficult theoretical battle. I can see that. Yeah, I don't know what I will tell you about the game. I played with Jolanta, not just one time. I also played with Monika's husband, Bartosz Sochko, who is a very good chess player. I think she won against me quite nicely in one Bundesliga match. But actually, I'm not that guy who remembers games 10 years old or something like that. So yeah, nothing like that. But I'm expecting a fight here. It's the similar situation like on the second board, that now we have a Polish duel, but I don't believe they are going to make a quick draw. That's the advantage of women competitions. I don't know the theory now. I can somewhat understand that usually white plays castle first and then knight e5, but this is also possible. This a6 move is aimed against queen a4 because now it would be very bad for white. So this move order is aimed against this. Knight e5 is logical, bishop b4 is logical, and I'm wondering why knight c3 didn't happen, because that would be my choice. with the attack on the c4 square. Maybe there is knight e5, but honestly, I don't believe that. Maybe I can castle, and then we are going to place such a crazy position. Maybe some sort of a computer preparation. Instead, bishop d2 happened in the game. Okay. And now queen takes d4. It all looks very logical. And I wonder why Monika Sochko went into this variation, but she's playing very fast, so it is some sort of a preparation. But now white is 2 pawns down already. She has some compensation due to the black squared bishop. As you can see, black can't castle now, that's a problem. But knight c6 looks very logical. And then white took on c6. And then she played f3. Okay, this is a preparation. That's what I know. That's for sure, because these moves are strange to my eye. It is a recommendation of a computer, so I don't know what to say. I believe black's position should be okay now. I would go something like a5. Calmly. I don't know. What is white going to do? Bishop c3, queen d5. Yeah, this was the idea of the move f3, that the queen d5 is not connected with attacking the rook on h1. And white can continue by playing e4, and that's the other idea of the f3 move. But anyway, white has some pressure, that's true. But on the other hand, I don't believe that this position is better for white. No. It is possible, so in a practical game, everything's possible. But I'm very surprised by the preparation of white, and especially this f3 move is a surprise for me, because I would expect something more concrete in a position when you are 2 pawns down. But the truth is that it's necessary to block this queen d5 threat. For example, when you go knight takes c4, it's already bad. I can even go here. I can go queen d5, but I can even go here and win a piece. That's a big problem. So yeah, f3 is maybe even forced. White, of course, she doesn't want to exchange queens, so in the case black goes queen d5, white will go somewhere with the queen. Queen a4 maybe? Something like that, yeah. But I don't believe in black's position. But maybe now, yeah, maybe now rook d1 then, and there is some initiative for these 2 pawns. I'm very surprised by this variation. I would make the same moves as black, because, yeah, there is this knight c3 line, but after bishop d2, you need to take that pawn. It's a center pawn and it's for free. Then knight a3. Knight c6 is basically forced. It's a very logical move. And then we are in the game. So, now I don't know. I'm expecting this a5 move I told you about. Yeah, it should be okay for black. Now the bishop needs to decide whether it wants to stay on this diagonal. White can play queen a4. Maybe a takes b4. Somehow I believe this is still a theory and we are following some grandmaster game. It can easily be like that. Maybe it's even good for white. So maybe queen a4 is the idea after all. Yeah, probably. Now rook a6 is possible. That's funny. That's a funny move. Knight takes c4 maybe then. Yeah, this one really, it looks like a computer preparation. Yeah, exactly. This is something, you need to prepare that with a computer. I mean, queen takes c2, bishop takes, then we have the pin, on the knight, and we don't know whether it's good or bad for black. Two pawns for the exchange, but these double pawns maybe around equal on this position. It's funny. It's funny to analyze it in a commentary room, but you don't want to play it in a real game without the opening knowledge. And exactly what happened to Yolanda. But I do remember that when I played with her, she was some sort of a girl that ended up in a time trouble. I do believe it also in our game, and it was a normal thing. So maybe she's going into the time trouble because she is thinking for 30 minutes already. So it may be an issue, but I can fully understand why she's thinking because this position is totally unclear. And it's clear that White prepared this line. It's very unpleasant situation. I know it from my practice. It happened to me many times that I needed to to play against my opponent's preparation, and this it's an annoying feeling. But luckily for me, I can easily play the move which is not the first line of the computer. Usually, uh, it's a normal situation, and then yeah, usually the preparation ends, but not every time, sadly. Okay, I will check the game of Natalia because we say Natalka in the Czech Republic. Because I'm curious what happened. E4. Well, that's a surprise. White actually played the bishop d2 move. I told you that the bishop is passive there. That's true. But on the other hand, it's developed, right? And that's something we want. So bishop e1 now happened. And the point of this strangely looking maneuver is to connect the rooks and free the c1 square for this rook. And also the bishop is useful in the defense of the king side, in the defense of the f2 pawn. So yeah, this one looks good. And still we are in a preparation for Natalka. And she made this a6 move. Okay, I suggested that. I like the point behind that it's covering the knight b5 threat. So then black can play queen e8 and queen h5. The only thing I'm surprised about is the move e4, but I believe it's somewhat connected with the e4 square that white can sometimes play e4. I don't believe she wants to, but she can. And e4 blocks it. Right? On the other hand, we lost the possibility of playing f4, which I like maybe slightly more, but on the other hand, it creates a big weakness on e4. And let's imagine this move. Then I think we have this big weakness. I don't like it. So objectively, it should be good for white. Computer's even suggesting c6 move. I don't know about it. I like g6 plan more, but she can continue like rook c1, right? And after a6, maybe bishop e1 or e3, maybe. Strange position. But anyway, this looks like black's preparation. e4, bishop e1 and a6. And now white played f3. Oh my, that's an... And that's actually a slight disadvantage of the e4 move. I think the main idea behind e4 is to block this long diagonal, right? To block the diagonal for the bishop. I can understand that. Even e4 is the best move according to the computer, so I can say nothing. But on the other hand, I don't know. I don't like this move. And white played f3 in the game, which actually I do like. White is trying to fight over the king side. And this pawn is such strong pawn in the center, it allows white uh, to consider such options like d6, and also white has space advantage. So somehow I don't know what I would do, and I like this f3 move a lot. I would rather stay with the pawn on e5, but I can understand why black played e4. So then we should continue by playing e3, I guess. And this is the first time when Natalia is thinking. She is thinking what to do after f3. It was not part of her preparation, I believe. But honestly, I don't see any other move, so I think e3 can be played quite quickly. Maybe black is not that bad. I mean, f4 is a threat. When I play f4, I'm no longer worried about the game because I will always have counterplay on the king side and a big one. So maybe white needs to go f4. But in this case, I don't know. I can even play queen e8, right? Trying to get to the king side. Anyway, after all, of course white can play d6 and open the long diagonal. But this looks quite risky for white. I can, for example, take and play c6. And this, it's good, right? Maybe I will need to sacrifice something on the queen side, but I mean, queen h5 is going to happen. I'm gonna be there. Well, the thing is that it's not mate yet. After knight g4, you're going to play h3, and I mean, it's still nothing too concrete, but this initiative looks good. Knight a4, maybe? But by playing this move, you are putting another piece on the queen side where, where is not your king. I mean, your king is on g1. It has some defensive resources, but I like this position for black. For example, after such a sacrifice, when you take on b7, I go bishop d5, and this is good, right? I mean, white's king is not going to survive this one. So knight a4 was maybe already a mistake. I don't know. But apart from that, how do you continue on the queen side? So yeah, at first I liked the move f3, but after e3, I'm starting to hesitate. And well, anyway, I hope Natalka will play e3, because otherwise this f3 move is strong. For example, when you take, I take, and I have very nice pieces, very nice piece coordination. The bishop's going to f2, and it's like a dream. And the counterplay on the king side for black is non-existent, because this f3 pawn covers everything. So yeah, and otherwise e4 is hanging. So yeah, this is like a forced move, and it's already 10 minutes for Natalka, which is not good. That I don't like. But if she plays e3, I do believe it's a good position. Well, we can also imagine white attacking the e3 square by playing knight a4. But then, as I told you, when I go f4, I think black's position is already maybe even better, but already out of danger from practical point of view, because white is under enormous pressure. King side. Yeah, you know, in old books you can find the rule that we don't play where we are weaker. So maybe this f3 is bad after all, because white is playing on the side where white is weaker, the king side. You don't want to create any more weaknesses there, but I can understand the idea behind this move very easily. very easily. But maybe it was better to play, I don't know, rook c1 and after queen e8 some d6 move and start the counterplay in the center. And then God knows what's happening. God knows. Yeah, tough fight. Yeah? Tough fight. I do believe that e3 and f4 are the best moves here. But I like black's counterplay on the king side. On the other hand, as I told you already with the pawn on f5, when after queen e8 and queen h5 and knight g4, I'm going to play h3 and there is not that bad. Meantime, we need to have some counterplay on the queen side by playing d6 or something like that. We can't do nothing in this position. Otherwise, it would be bad. Yeah, interesting one. Interesting one. Okay, I will check. I will check the game of Eliška Richterová. She also has 2.5 out of 4, and she's playing against Olga Babi from Ukraine, the women grandmaster from Ukraine. And oh my, what is that? White wanted to surprise black by the bishop c4 move. Yeah, and that's a good trick, actually. That's a good trick. Well, it is standard. No, I know. But a very famous grandmaster, sadly I do not remember who exactly, fell for this trap. And it was an actual grandmaster game that ended after 7 moves. I don't know if Almira Skripchenko was one of the players, but I don't know. And after d takes e5, queen d5 happened, and black resigned, right, after 6 moves. That is very unpleasant. And actually, I prepared this bishop c4 line against this setup of d6 e5 as a possibility to play for white, that it's an actual trap. So bishop e7 is not possible, and actually Eliška knew that because she played c6 in 36 seconds, which is, I do believe, a normal move. Yeah, but I mean, all this stuff looks very risky. It's a risky opening, so you need to know what you are doing. So after c6, white was thinking for 12 minutes. Oh, that's a surprise. Maybe c6 is not the main line after all. And then, okay, I would castle normally, right? It's a normal situation. It's a better position for white, but nothing too decisive. But after d takes e4, d takes e5, d takes e5, she decided to go for it by playing knight g5. Okay, it's tempting, that's for sure, but knight h6 is a logical response. Queen h5 and g6 is also logical. And I don't know what exactly we achieved by playing knight g5. I don't like this too much for white. Maybe she didn't know about the move c6 and she thought that there should be some refutation, like after bishop e7. Maybe that's possible. Maybe there is some refutation, but I don't know about it, and my computer also doesn't see it. The thing is that after queen h5, black can also play queen f6, which would be my choice, actually. It looks more logical to me than g6, maybe slightly, because the knight's not hanging. And then I see nothing for white here. Okay, there is still strategical advantage due to the better development and a relatively stupid knight on d7. So white can play a4 and let's say hope for the best with a slight advantage, something like that. But yeah, that's not what she wanted, because I mean she can play a4 here, right, without all these exchanges and keeping the center intact. Or just start with short castle, of course. But in the game, after g6, she played queen e2, and that I don't like at all. I thought that the idea is queen f3 or queen h4. That would be something to calculate. Uh, because the bishop is somewhat trapped on f8. I don't believe that the bishop wants to go to g7. Usually in this position, in this kind of position, it stays on this diagonal. But now it can't do that because of the knight on h6, so maybe it needs to go here. And that's something, it's a small achievement for white, maybe. Yeah. But anyway, I mean, after short castle, I don't see I don't see any big issues for black. So yeah, this is an interesting opening, and I think it worked for black because after queen e2, b5, black has quite a good position. After bishop b3, knight c5, I'm going to destroy that knight, and the knight on g5 looks stupid. On the other hand, also the knight on h6 looks bad. So when white goes, I don't know, knight f3, which would be my choice, then the knight is bad. So there is still something to worry about for black. Computer shows a small plus for white, but it's already around nothing after f6. The position of black is good, and I can easily imagine that black is going to push in this game because of this opening. It worked well. It could have been worse. Yeah. Okay, we will return to the top boards, which interests us most. And the move e4 took 17 minutes of the time of Nana Zagnidze. That tells us that she is out of her preparation. I told you that already because 5 minutes on bishop g5, it tells me that something's wrong with the preparation. But she, of course, she knows something about the position. Even I know something about the position that I can choose between e3 and e4. But okay, to remember all the lines, it's something different, and it took 17 minutes, and the response of c5 was very quick in 50 seconds. And then we achieved the main line of Vienna that I don't know at all. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's not my hobby. Uh, I do believe, somehow I do believe that we have the d5 possibility here now. Like this. Yeah. Knight f3 happened after 4 minutes of thinking. And then I do believe they also take with the queen. And after knight takes d4, I have a feeling that white mixed something up in her preparation. But I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know. Maybe you can give me some advice in chat, whether you know the variation was the main line. Now black is thinking for a long time already. I'm wondering what's the problem after bishop c5, right? I do believe that the theoretical position is after a bishop. No, after bishop b4 we have this. No, this is completely ridiculous. I don't know what happens after bishop c4. I think white mixed some lines. I'm an e4 player anyway, so I don't know, but this looks bad now. I mean, what is she going to do? The d4 knight is hanging. And if it moves, I'm going to exchange queens, which is a big achievement, and I'm a pawn up on the top of that. And when you go knight b5, which looks normal, I can even play a6 maybe now. And when the knight goes then, or queen b6, it also looks very good. This diagonal is very weak, and no, this is just bad. Come on, guys. So I think Nana didn't remember all the lines, and sadly for you. I also don't know the variation, so I don't know. But this looks suspicious. I would go d5 in my game, but I would never reach this position for white. Knight f3, knight takes d4, and after bishop c5, I don't see a good move for white. And I think this is going to happen. I mean, Anna Ushenina is thinking for 18 minutes. She also doesn't know the theory exactly, so they are out of book on move 7, which is quite surprising. But the bishop c5 is such a logical one that it will happen. Maybe queen a4 is possible, right? But it already looks not good. Now either bishop e7 and then queen b6. Imagine this position. At least we won a pawn back, right? That's true. And now maybe white can do a long castle, but it's well, it's a risky one. I would take black in this position, that's for sure. So I'm expecting bishop c5, and we can have a surprise here. I checked the games of Nana Zagnidze, the top seed of this tournament, the famous Georgian player. She is really good. She really has the grandmaster level. She really can play chess. That's what I can tell you. But she has problems in the opening. Also in the game of Gina with Gina Belenkaya, I don't know whether it was the first or second round. She has problems in the opening. Even white could have her opponent. She could have a winning advantage after the opening. So that's the weakness of Nana, maybe the memory and all the time. Maybe she doesn't work that much with the computer, or in this game the preparation was some other variation that didn't happen. But when they start to play chess, she is very good. So the question is whether white will be able to survive the opening with some normal position. Sadly, I do not see that way. We are a pawn down. Our knight on d4 is attacked. And we have like two basic options, knight b5 and queen a4. We considered them both, and no, I don't like them, and computer is also not a fan of white's position. So we can see a surprise here in this game. But we will see, because it's just an opening and we have also other phases of the game. And I'm curious what Nana Zagnidze will play in this position. So the second game is the French, right? Yeah, it's the French. And after c5, queen d3 happened. So white didn't use the opportunity of bishop b5 check. She thought for 12 minutes, so already she is out of the book. And black is maybe in the book. She knows what to do. Knight c6. Short castle. Yeah, c takes d4, and now white thought for 21 minutes over the most natural move. Knight takes d4. It's basically the only move. I mean, queen e4 is also possible, but not good. And that tells me that white is not happy with the outcome of the opening. I also would be not happy with white, because the end game that is going to be on the board after knight takes d4, it already happened, and queen takes and rook takes, it's just a draw. White has no pressure here. Some slight advantage in the activity of pieces, but the king is very well placed now on e8. It can go to e7, and it's just an equal position. I can even imagine black to play on. I played many of such in games, and usually white is not happy with the position, and that means that white feels somewhat under pressure, and that means you can play on with black and put some pressure on the king side, move pawns there, but it's just a draw. So the problem with for white was that she didn't know the theory, and I think she didn't react well on the c5 break. And also, this line is considered to be very drawish with the double exchange on f6. Usually, they exchange only the bishop. This double exchange combined with the move c5, I think, is good for black. And apparently, bishop b5 was some sort of a must when you want to apply pressure. In the in game, there is nothing, so I'm expecting a quick draw. And the third game, it's this duel where we left after queen a5 and c3. Really, it happened, as I told you. It's the must. You don't want to play such move, but you need to block the check. And after queen takes c5, interestingly for me, bishop e3 happened, and that's not the move I would play. And you may wonder why, because it's a very logical one and also suggestion of the computer. But the thing is that the bishop was covering the b2 square. And now I can't play c4, which annoys me a bit. So if I were white, I would start with short castle and then h3 and then c4 and slowly building up the Maroczy structure. And there is not much black can do about it because black needs to develop the pieces, and I will play the c4. So that would be my choice. I'm not saying it's winning, nothing like that. It's slightly better for white, but it's playable. In the game, I'm a bit surprised by the move of bishop e3 because, I mean, what is the bishop doing on e3? And the queen would go to c7 anyway. So I don't like this move. And also, I don't like this queen d2 idea. And I'm wondering why black didn't react calmly with knight f6. I mean, was she afraid of bishop h6 or what? Because this is just good for black, no? You exchanged my bishop on g7, and now you may say that you are going to attack me on the king side. But come on, you don't have any pieces developed. You see the knight on b1 and the rook on a1. They are so bad that the attack is not going to work. No. I can maybe even play knight c6 and ignore you completely, because after h5 I just take. And in what universe you are going to push g4? You can't play g4. I have the bishop there. So this is good for black, I believe. On the other hand, it's playable for white. I know many players who push h4, h5 in almost any opening, and they say that they are okay. And yeah, it's playable, but objectively in this position, in this structure, it's not good because white lacks the development. And also, of course, I don't have to be so cocky, and I can play bishop g4 normally. So I'm surprised by knight d7. I don't know what that is. It's just a very passive solution. And on the top of that, why didn't play c4, which is the best move according to the computer, and also the move I told you about, and then knight c3. For some reason, well, she doesn't want to do that. Okay, no c4 then. No c4. She played knight d4 instead, which I don't get. Where is the knight going? Okay, the knight is going to b5, but I would let the knight to go to b5. I don't mind the knight on b5. Uh, well, interesting fight. And then h6 happened, and yeah. Okay, I think we will have a short break. We have some breakdown of the board. Okay, let's have a short break. Let's repair it technically, and we will be back shortly. Okay, dear chess friends, welcome back to the live commentary of the fifth round of European Women's Chess Championship 2022. Okay, the games are very interesting. They are in full swing, and I will try to explain some ideas behind the moves they made and they are making. We left this game between Ulvia Fatalieva and Jelena Danielian, one of the top boards, here in this position. I was talking that honestly, I must admit I don't understand the move knight d7. I would go c4 now to get a Marozzi pawn structure and to get a space advantage and to get hold over the d5 square. But white played knight d4, and I believe it shows that black's strategy in the opening, it worked. I think Jelena Danielian, she wanted to have a game without theory, to have an interesting, complicated position and outplay her young opponent, who has already rating of 2,400. And I do believe that the strategy worked in this game. I wouldn't go a6, but it's a normal move. On the other hand, knight b5 is not that dangerous. I can always play queen b8 then. So I believe that this knight b5 just doesn't work. So a6 is not necessary, but on the other hand, it's quite a normal move. And again, I would go c4 now. Apparently, maybe white was afraid of move knight e5. Okay, I can understand that. But it's not that such a big issue. I can go f3 then. And after knight takes d3, white is slightly better. And knight takes c4 is, I believe, not possible due to queen c3 and the deadly pin on the knight on c4. So, again, I think c4 was a good idea, but instead a4 came in, and I really don't like white's approach in this game. It's some sort of a Sicilian, but instead of knight on c3, we have pawn on c3, and really this blocks the development. And white has to decide. I mean, I do believe that c4 is the best move, but I can understand that white maybe she didn't want to play the c4 move, but then it was better just to castle and then play f4 and attack on the king side. I think this plan works very nicely in Mora Gambit when black refuses to gambit by playing d3. Then you go f4, you go short castle, and it's normal. Then the knight can be developed to a3. But I do believe that white somehow combined all these ideas together, and that's not good. And after f3, black reacted very well by playing d5. And computer shows that black is already better after 11 moves of the opening on one of the top boards of European Championship. And this is what happens where you don't follow the rules in the opening, where you play a4 and also white played knight d4. It was not forced at all. And you leave the knight on b1, you leave the king in the center, and then you get the punishment. After d5, black's position is wonderful. I would like to have such a position after 10 moves. What is this about? That the pawn on e4 is under attack. When you take, I take, and the bishop, which is the crucial piece, is also under attack. And where it goes, I mean, after bishop f2 short castle, there are already ideas of e5 or connected with rook d8, I don't know, or knight c5 even. And white's structure is full of holes. There is a hole on b3. There are weak black squares on the king side. And this knight on b1 is ugly placed. So this is a bad opening from white side. And I do believe that we will see a win for black here in this game. And the last board we checked before is the fourth board and a duel between Polish players, Monika Sočko and Jolanta Zawadzka. And we left the game somewhere around here after f3. Yeah, f3. And I suggested the move a5 here in this position because I wanted to get rid of the bishop on b4. Instead of a5, after a long pause, black chose rook b8 with the same idea, and white, after 6 minutes, reacted by playing bishop c3. I think they left the book, both of them. I think f3 was the idea that white knew to block the diagonal to the rook. And understandably, she didn't want to exchange queens. That's logical. Castling, logical. Rook d1, logical. Queen c5, very logical. Bishop d4, okay. Of course, black sacrificed the pawn on c4. It couldn't be protected anyway. But still, black will have one pawn extra, but these doubled pawns, the position should be around equal, I believe. It's maybe slightly easier to play for white, but it's nothing big. It's around equal. Bishop d4. Now I wonder why. Okay, I wonder why. I will show you. Wanted to exchange queens, but after queen b4, rook takes b4, there is bishop c5, which is, yeah, this is annoying, right? And then even after rook takes b2, it's not just an exchange sacrifice, there is this rook d8 move, which wins the whole rook. So that's why black was not able to play. Queen b4 and queen e7 happened. Knight takes c4, finally taking the pawn. Now we got this interesting pawn structure. White has some pressure, but I do believe that, for example, after rook b5, it's not that big. I want to push e5, and imagine I will have the bishop on h3. Suddenly we will talk about black's advantage, right? So this position is not easy at all. White, I believe, needs to block e5, maybe by playing knight e5. It's also an option how to attack the c6 pawn, which can be sacrificed, maybe. But I don't know. This position is difficult for me. I believe knight d7, knight takes c6, queen d6. The knight's hanging, so bishop takes g7 is on the table, but after queen takes c6, it should be okay for black. But apart from that, I do not see any way how to save the knight and also how to keep a good position. After queen c4, bishop b7, black takes over the initiative, and I do like black's position here. It's one sample variation, starting with rook b5. There are plenty of other moves. White can also take the knight. I mean, when e5 is the problem, then why not to get rid of the bishop? But on the other hand, after queen takes f6, I don't believe black has any big problems. It's slightly passive, so it's playable for white, but after b3, e5, I would rather choose black, actually. I can imagine black taking over on the king's side, and when the bishop gets activated, it will be a brutal force against the knight. On the other hand, if you like knights better than the bishops, maybe you will be happy. I don't know, after knight e3, the position is unclear. And let's go back to the game of Natálka Kaňáková. As I told you, on the board 21, we have the best Czech player so far in the tournament. And we left the game after f3. And Natálka was thinking for 17 minutes, and sadly she didn't play e3, which I do consider to be the best move. And actually the only one that keeps black initiative going. And although it's risky, it can be seen easily because the pawn is not protected, it is necessary to keep the initiative, and then you want to go f4. Instead, black took on f3, and after e takes f3, e takes f3. She played f4, okay. I understand somehow, but objectively it's bad probably. Maybe the idea is to go queen e8 and then g4. Okay, now I understand it better. Black's plan is to go g4. Then okay, then okay, I can understand that. White can play g4. According to the computer, it's good. But from a human point of view, I can understand why black didn't block it, or white was afraid to do it because there is a pawn g4 and knight takes g4 sacrifice, which computers evaluates as good for white, but I would be very scared in my game. Also, I can prepare it by playing queen h5, then also the bishop can be sacrificed there. But I would go bishop f2 normally. It's the logical continuation. And then I would ask black what's her idea. Probably it's g4, right? As I told you. But then knight e2 is a good move. The knight's going to f4. And also the queen connects to the king's side, and I do believe that black's position will fall apart very shortly. Let's imagine this. This I just calmly take. And knight f4 is a massive threat. Then knight g4, knight g6, knight f4 and knight g6. With a winning advantage to white. So I do believe bishop f2 was the way, and only then after g4 to play knight e2. The knight e2 happened in the game immediately, which is also logical. I like it. Computer doesn't agree, but I don't care. I like this idea a lot for white. Yeah, some move like a5 was possible, but it's inhuman. On the other hand, I would go f takes, h takes, and queen e8. This looks logical to me, and it's not that bad. Because the f4 square is not free for white's knight. That's a problem, and I will never play g4 now, because I will not let you go knight f4. Instead, I have this c6 move. It's another idea. Yeah, I believe I will go c6. And it's not that clear. I mean, black can play that. Yeah, I see we have some love chat in the chat. I do believe that maybe you have some chess question. I like chess related questions. Or tips maybe where I can go, or which game you want to see. This is actually bad for black, but it worked in the game somehow, because instead of a very nice move, bishop c3, the idea is bishop takes, king takes, and queen c3. This is such a nice idea. Instead, white went c6. I can understand that because c5 was hanging. And now after knight b6, suddenly there is some life in black's position. We survived the queenside attack. The bishop on g2 is blocked. So white went bishop c3 now. The only problem for black is now the weak king, because otherwise it's not bad. We blocked the queen side, b7 is protected. So now I can play queen d6 maybe, or even take first. And d takes c6, queen e8, bishop takes, king takes. And this position is a mess. I like it for white though. I like when I have safe king. I have no worries with the king. And that's the main advantage for white in this position. But also white rooks are active. On the other hand, let's imagine the position after rook f6. It's completely playable for black. It would need some guy like Tal to play for white now. So yeah, this is a game. Also, it's not necessary to take on c6, but somehow I like it, because then the position is blocked completely. When you go queen d6, which is a motive known from Greenfield defense, then there is typical. I can just exchange and rook c1. And anyway, I think it was better for black to take this pawn, because now I can take with the rook, and that's a big problem. It's a massive one. So you don't want to take, and you will have these weaknesses on b7 and c7 for a long, long time. So yeah, this is an issue. And I see that queen d6 actually happened in the game, and I can understand that. It's a logical way of playing. But this b takes, d takes, and queen e8 was better for black than in the game. I'm not saying it's better for black objectively, but the position is more harmonious, and you don't have these worries about these two pawns. Of course, you open the d file, which is a bit annoying, but you don't have these worries, and that's a lot. Instead, in this position, after bishop takes and rook ac1, you will have these worries for a long time, and that's what annoys me. Also, this pawn remained alive, and it's very strong. You can't take knight takes d5 because the pin is deadly, and I even have two pieces there. But even in the future, you are not allowed to do that. And also, this pawn is not moving because of the d file. And we have one tip from Petr. Go see young Czech talents, Anna Lhocká and Anna Maria Koubová. Okay, thank you for the tip. I will need to find them. Maybe you can write me the number of the boards, because sadly for us and for the whole Czech chess, they are not among the winners. But Anička is playing a great tournament. As I told you, she is one of the biggest talents, and the last tournament in Prague that she played, she had a rating performance over 2,200. I think she's somewhat around 17 years old. It's not that precise, plus minus 1 year. So she is a great talent of Czech chess. I do believe she will have a bright future in our Czech team that ended up on 16th place during the last Olympiad in Chennai. And I'm already thinking about the position, right? I can see that we are approaching the time travel already. It's a bad news for her Slovenian opponent, Salah Uher, a women international master. Of course, black is a rating favorite in this game, but as I told you, I wouldn't underestimate Anička. Especially I like her last move. This is a tough Italian fight, typical position from Italian. These days, these plans with h6 and g5, they are very modern, and black plays them all the time. But on the other hand, white's position on the king side is quite solid, and it can also be a weakness for black. So it's a very difficult strategical fight. And I do like the move queen c1. It's the sign that Anička is already a very good player, because she solves the biggest problem of this pin by playing queen c1. And simultaneously, the queen the g5 pawn. I mean, I do like this move. It's a very strong one. And Anička has 2 points out of 4, which is good. And if she wins this game, it would be a very nice achievement. And currently, white has a better position, I do believe, because that's exactly the position where black attack on the king side started by the g5 move. The attack is non-existent. I mean, there is no attack. Show me the attack. It's just nothing. And it can turn on into a weakness. On the other hand, it's not that easy to play for white because of this annoying pin on the f2 pawn. I would also say that the knight on a5 is badly placed. That's also important. And the question is, what is the plan for white? For example, I would go d4 in the next move, because I want to block the bishop. Also, attacking in the center is, by the book, you do that when your opponent attacks you in on the king side, so you blow up the center. So that would be my move. The question is what black does now. I don't know, honestly. Usually they play something like queen f6 in this kind of structures, and then I can maybe play this d4 idea. It's not easy. Of course, black is not going to take the pawn. I mean, this is not possible. If you take, I can even maybe play e5 immediately, but also this one is good. And when you take, this is going to be bad. I can maybe even take here or play e5. No, this is not going to be good for you. Imagine this variation, like this one, right? No, you are not going to survive that. And these exchanges, like for example this one, it's pretty common in this kind of structure that white sacrifices the pawn by playing d4, and it's not really a sacrifice because black is not supposed to take. And the reason is that you have these weaknesses on the king side. You really don't want to see the center opened, and especially this bishop would say like, okay, thank you very much, thank you for taking on d4. Now I have my space. I can play e5 immediately, and it's immediately bad for black. I even don't have to take. So that would be good, but of course black is not going to take, and he is going to play, I don't know, rook f8, something like that, defending the e5 pawn, or maybe even knight c6, solving the problem on the queen side with the knight. But when you go back with the knight, I also can go back with the bishop, activating the bishop and also pinning the f7 square. The same thing you did to me by pinning f2. And it's a big strategical fight. But considering the move queen c1, which is perfect, I believe that Anička knows what she is doing. I like her position now. The other solution for black's problems is to move f6, cementing all these squares. But then the knight on h7 is very sad about it, and I wouldn't do that to the knight. Both knights are now very sad. So yeah, it's just a sign that the white's position is better. And I don't know how black is going to solve their problems. So I will keep an eye on that. So this was the board 38, right? And Anna Maria Kobova is the board 45, yeah. Anička, she had a perfect Olympiad in Chennai. She was our 5th player, the reserve player, but she played a lot of games and she played very well. But here this tournament is not working well for her. She lost first 2 rounds against stronger opponents. Then she made a draw, then she won. So now this is some kind of a crucial game for her, whether the tournament starts all over again, or whether she will remain on the 45th board or something like that. Let's see what's happening. We have some sort of a Queen's Gambit. Oh my, what is that? Okay, Catalan, then bishop g. There is the pawn on h6. Yeah, they do that all the time these days. These h6, a6 moves. I do not understand that. Yeah, I know Magnus is playing it all the time, but not in this move order, I believe. Because in this move order, a6 is the move you are supposed to make. Because then when white transposes it to the Catalan, then a6 is quite useful. It's a normal variation. Either you can take on c4 or do something else. But h6 is not useful in Catalan. at all, I think. So I do not believe h6 is good right in this position, but it's somehow playable. So they did this, and black is trying to make the position to look like that h6 is useful by playing the plan with e5. Then you are happy that you have the g5 square covered. That's one thing. On the other hand, the plan with e5 is considered to be slightly worse for black. So that's not something you would do in every game. So the opening went well. Bishop b2 is okay, although computer shows something else, but it's a normal move. Yeah, takes, knight e5, logical. Queen b3, very well done. c6, rook a d1. Yeah, Anichka is strong in this kind of positions. And this is better for white, that's for sure. Computer is showing the attack, starting by e4 move. Well, that's an optimistic one. The idea behind it is the threat of f4 and then e5. Yeah, somewhat I do believe that Anichka is a little bit tired after the Olympiad, which is understandable. And many of women here, they are tired after the Olympiad because it was a tough tournament and the energy is somewhat missing. And it can be seen even from such decisions like this one, right? H3 happened in the game. And I'm not saying it's a bad move. It's not. It's a good move. But it's not that good, you know? With some calculation, you can play e4, and after bishop e6 takes. It's a question whether black can save the piece after all. But maybe she can, yeah? Maybe Anichka was afraid. Okay, computer shows f takes e5, but it's just a nonsense. So I would calculate something like this. But when you want to win the game with white, it's necessary to take some risks in this position, because this is such a logical continuation, e4, f4. And when you don't play it, you can miss the chance, right? And you don't want to do that. And this is apparently winning for white. And it's a no surprise. I mean, this knight e4 is crucial. Maybe Anichka was afraid that there is the pin on f2 and also on e3. I can understand that, but it's not working at all. You can't play knight f2, and after knight e3, I can also play f5, right? But I can simply take and then take the knight. So it's not that difficult, and I do believe that e4 was the move right away to attack black pieces. When the knight goes to g6, for example, I go f4. And this is such an overwhelming position. It's a logical continuation, and e5 is a strong threat. This was the moment where Anichka could have won the game, I think. And this h3 move, it's logical, it's not bad, but it's just not it. And yeah, rook d8, e4 happened now, but this is completely different because now white has some weaknesses in the center. And after bishop e6, when you do the same like this is not working anymore that much. But maybe it is. I don't know, it's still playable. But you see that the rook is very important. Let's imagine you do the same before. Also the g3 pawn is weak now. So h3 was not a help. When you do the same with this position, like knight takes c4 now, without the rook on d8, and yeah, I go f5, right? Yeah, these small nuances, they are very important. For example, here, when you go f5, it can also happen in the game quite easily. There is an attack on the g3 square, quite a strong one. But I do believe something like that can happen. This looks actually good for white. No, on the other hand, it's also risky for white. I don't know. I don't know. But you can see that this h3 move was not good. And the rook is there. So black won a tempo, and also this is the weakness. So that actually happened in the game. But anyway, I'm expecting knight takes e6 because otherwise it makes no sense. There is also a possibility of knight d5, which is aesthetically pleasing. And it's a good move, actually. Then you can take also with the c pawn and also with the e pawn. I don't know. And it's a brilliant compensation for the pawn. Let's imagine the knight goes back and then I go something like rook fe1 or rook fe1, or computer shows rook de1, so possible. And then f4 is on the table. So it's a very nice compensation. It can be good. Also, we have this possibility. You can see that the game is very difficult and the position is very rich. It's a nice position to comment on, but difficult to play. But when you play it, you need to keep your time level regarding the number of moves. You need to keep it under control, let's say. Because when you have 15 moves, so it's 25 moves till the move 40, until the time control, and you have only 20 minutes left, that's bad. Yeah, you need to do something. When you don't know exactly, you just guess, because you can't calculate all the lines now, knight d5, knight f5. And you see that the computer shows that it's all slightly better for white, so there is not such a big difference. So, of course, you don't know that during the game, but you calculate 2 or 3 moves in advance, in every variation, then you evaluate, then you understand that it's not clear at all in any of the lines, that it's just a mess. And when you understand it's just a mess, so you need to decide through your intuition. It's a valuable tool for a chess player because you can't calculate everything. So then you just decide and you play the move, because otherwise you know for sure that when you will have 30 seconds per each move, after the move 20, you are not going to survive 20 moves under this time travel. So that's why you just need to make a move. And it's quite normal for a chess player to end up in such a situation where you don't know whether it's correct or it's not correct, but you understand you need to make a decision. Fortunately for us, Anička made the decision after 10 minutes, which is relatively normal. She is going to be in a time trouble and she needs to handle that. The position is still good, and I think we are going to survive the position, and I think we are going to see f4 on the board. I know it's dangerous. Black can also play bishop c5, king h1. One point to illustrate: when you go king h2, I go knight eg4. And that's a big problem for white, right? Because after h takes, I go knight takes. You have to go king h1 here. And I go queen g6. Game over. This is a standard attack for black in this kind of position. That's the reason why f4 is dangerous, and also the reason why h3 is not helping that much. So, yeah, please remember that. Yeah, maybe she'll choose something else, but apart from f4 move, this is under attack. So I don't know what we are going to do. Knight e2 is the possibility they usually play in this position. And okay, we sacrifice the pawn because c4 is under attack, but that's not such a big issue. I mean, after queen takes c4. Okay, there is maybe even a combination, right? Maybe I can take. Oh my, that's a nice one. And the knight's hanging. And when you take with the knight, then the queen is loose. And I can play knight d4. Oh, knight e2 is a strong one. I like this move very much. Hopefully it will happen. So when you decided that you will play h3, then f4 is very risky. So maybe you find this move and you say, okay, My c4 pawn is hanging, but who cares? I can play knight e2. Then knight e4 is the idea, or knight f4 in some case. Then I can play king h2 first, stepping out of the check along the black diagonal. And then I will slowly shuffle the pieces and maybe play f4 in the future. This is a very logical approach. Yeah, I like this one. Okay, okay. Let's return to the top boards. And we already have one draw there. As I told you, I was expecting the draw here because after, let's say this bishop d7, the position is just a draw. And white was thinking, and then she realized she has nothing, and she was satisfied. Well, not satisfied, but she had to settle for the draw. So they exchanged everything, and the team colleagues from Azerbaijani team made a draw. I'm slightly surprised by the move h5 here. But okay, it's just a draw. c3, rook d5, yeah, that's a better one. h4, and they repeated moves. Maybe they are friends, I don't know, but this is quite a normal game where white didn't handle the opening too well, and black reached a normal good position, and white didn't overpressed. She just settled for a draw, which is a logical, logical outcome, let's say, of the game here. Yeah, I can tell you that I even won many of these positions. Let's say with the bishops here, with black. I told you that the endgame can be even dangerous for white, because when the bishop lands on c6, then you can combine it with the pawn march in the center. So maybe that's why Gunay Mamadzada immediately offered the bishop's exchange, which is actually a good solution, I think. And that's why it ended in a short draw. So, okay, girls will have different opponents tomorrow. And let's take a look at the first board, where Nana Zagnidze, well, she didn't win the opening duel, I would say, and the position is just bad for white. Right after the opening, we have move 8, and she didn't play this queen a4 moves. She didn't like it, probably. Knight b5 was uh, not her choice. She played knight c2, which is such a passive move. Queen c7 logically, indirectly protecting the c4 pawn, because after bishop takes c4, we have bishop takes f2. Maybe even I would do this with white. I mean, because after all, I developed somehow. Let's imagine queen takes c4. I would take the knight, the annoying knight, and then I have the development. I can play queen, I don't know, queen g4 or knight e3, and I have some compensation. Oh my, I would fall for the trap. Maybe there is a problem with queen c5, right? Yeah, this is the problem. The bishop is under attack. Maybe they calculated such variation, because bishop takes c4 is logical after all. But bishop takes f2 is the issue, I think. So she played f3 to avoid that, but this is ugly. This is very ugly. And I believe this is a critical position for Nana Zagnidze in this tournament, and maybe it's very important for the whole European Championship, because if she survives this, right, it will give her a big boost of confidence, because she's going to say, like, I survived this position against Anna Ushenina, I will survive everything in this tournament, and I will gonna win the tournament. On the other hand, if she loses this position, which is actually the logical outcome of this disaster along this diagonal. Then, of course, she will need to win many of the remaining games. We already have the round five, and out of the remaining six games, she would need to win at least four of them, or three of them, four of them, something like that, and that's a lot. So yeah, this is very important situation for the tournament, and she took the pawn finally, but the position is bad. I mean, I'm gonna go b5 or short castle first. And then it's such an ugly situation. You have these knights on c2 and c3, and all these holes. You can't castle with white. So what are you going to do with the king? Oh my. Oh my, that didn't work well, this opening. But as I told you, Nana Zagnidze is a very, very strong chess player. I I honestly enjoy her playing. It's a uh, classical style, sort of, and a grandmaster level. So we ended up in such a bad situation. So what to do? We have to go somewhere with the bishop. Let's say bishop b3. She is going to castle, and then I don't know. This is such a bad situation. We can play bishop e3, like to get rid the of the long diagonal to prepare short castle, but the weakness remains. I mean, after knight h5, there is still the weakness on f4, and you still can't castle because of knight f4. So you have big issues here. Actually, one of the best options here would be to offer a draw. It would be, I believe, the clever decision. Of course, Nana wanted to win the game with white, but after such an opening, a draw is a good outcome, a great achievement. Uh, Actually, that's why I kind of fully understand that usually draw offers are forbidden these days. That we have Sophia rules, and I can understand that's for viewers because they want to see a fight, so they wanted to ban draws. I don't know if actually it's applied here. I don't think so. I've seen some draws before the move 30. Uh, what I wanted to say is that I don't like these Sophia rules because draw offer is actually a great tactical tool. When you offer a draw, it's sort of a psychological moment of the game, and I like these moments when you have to decide whether you are playing for a win, whether the position is that good, what do you want to achieve in a game. Without draw offers, we don't have that. Yeah. For example, let's imagine white would take on c4 and offer a draw. Then what are you going to do? Right? You have black. This is the first board of a European Championship. You play against the top seed, but you know that your position is better. I think Anna Ushenina knows that. So what are you going to do? Imagine you are going to decline a draw offer, and then the position gets worse in a game, and you are going to blame yourself that you didn't accept the draw. But when you accept the draw, you are going to blame yourself for that. All this evening, you are going to say to yourself such things like, I was better. I was better. I could find the courage to play on, but I don't know the outcome, right? I like these psychological small little things. What I do not like is the move knight bd7. It's a move, of course, a normal one, but it's sort of passive, right? I like b5 more. This one is sort of passive, but it's okay because these weaknesses they remain, so it's not such a big thing. But I think b5 should be played. We will see how this will continue. I have one request in the chat. Thank you very much. Can we check the board 35, please? Okay, no problem. You are welcome. It's the game between Tiana Blagojevich and Frederica Ellen Nielsen. So, Ivan, are you fan of black or white? Because according to the computer, it's a draw. I will have a look at this game. What do we have here? Yeah, but this looks like a normal game. This is a Marotsi structure. I recommend it uh, on one of the top boards. I believe it was the third board where Jelena Danielina is playing. But this Marotsi structure is not that good for white because black pieces are already developed, especially this bishop, and we castled, and we have the problem with the b2 square. But we have all these problems, and still it's slightly better for white. So imagine on the third board, white playing c4. It's not a surprise that computer shows like plus 0.8 advantage. When now it is showing like plus 0.4, right? Because we have some problems, but still the Marotsi structure is considered to be good for white. Now white tried to solve the problems by playing bishop e3, which I do like very much, and I wonder, yeah, it was maybe the preparation. Yeah, it's all the opening theory. Yeah, we are a fan of white, yeah? Okay. I do believe that Jana had a great preparation because all of this was her preparation. On the other hand, the preparation got us to the drawish in-game. That's a typical issue with all this preparation, that when black reacts well, we end up in a slightly better in-game, which is a draw. Yeah. Sadly, it happened in this game, I believe. Uh, I don't know the cure. I don't know. We have to ask Magnus because usually that's what happens when you prepare the line that is forcing, and you have prepared opponent. They played the game very fast, and they started to think mm, a lot later. So we skip to the in game because this is all their preparation. A very nice move, knight d5. So it was a good preparation, but sadly, black was also prepared and she reacted very well. This is a nice tactical idea. The queen is hanging, and when you take on d3, what happened in the game, I can take on e7, so saving the knight. I give this intermediate check, and then I take the queen. So that's a logical one, but black had knight e5, and it was still black's preparation. Yeah, that's something I don't like about modern chess, because from time to time we see such games where everything is the first line of the computer, and I mean, what is the sense, right? Some sort of a scientific objectivity, maybe. Yeah? It's a scientific research. White can have some advantage in this variation, but that's not something I want to see in chess. So I would suggest some improvement over White's play, but that would be nonsense because it's just all a computer analysis. So you just need to find those positions where black has many options and it can go wrong. Because on the other hand, when you enter such line with bishop e3, queen takes b2, I mean, where can black go wrong, right? He just takes, and then he takes, and then he takes, right? And then he plays knight e5, which is completely logical. And then after this, he just attacks the knight. So where can I go wrong? It's not that difficult. So usually where you prepare the line, you need to prepare something that poses big problems for your opponent, or the position where the solution is not clear. And that's something they want to achieve in the top games. I don't know, the world top 10. they prepare such lines that are problematic, and there is a play, and they for example, they choose the third move of a computer voluntarily just to get your opponent out of the preparation and to have a normal game, because that's crucial to have a normal game. That is the game now, right? I mean, black took everything, and what? They started to play here? Bishop a7 was even the preparation. It's just ridiculous. And now they started to think. And that's the problem, that it's already we have only a few pieces on the board. It's already an end game where not that much can go wrong for black. So yeah, it was nice preparation from both sides, but it's just yeah, it happens from time to time in modern chess. It's just a dead drawish end game. It's not dead. Dead. White has something maybe, so that's why they continue playing. White has some initiative, a small initiative. There are some issues, also for white and also for black. Let's imagine white taking on f7. That would be a huge blunder, because the bishop is going to block the d file, and after bishop d6, black is going to take the knight, I believe, immediately or after king g8, and winning the piece. So rook takes f7 is actually not possible, and I really do like this move, bishop f8. It's brilliant. I like it a lot. So yeah, this was so far an objectively correct game, and I believe it will be a draw. But they will fight on, I think. At least we have some chance to talk about computer preparation. It's interesting that on the top boards we have nothing like that. Yeah, and I do believe that these girls, they already understand that playing the first line of the computer in every game, it's not that something so fun. But white is still thinking, yeah. It's a tough position for Nana Zagnidze, and I do believe it's the critical position, not just only in this round, but of the whole European Championship, because you don't want to lose with white when you are top seed. No, you don't want to do that. So she's trying to save this position desperately, but the position is very bad due to all these weak black squares. You are not allowed to castle now, and when you play bishop e3, which is very logical, then black has a strong initiative. She can play b5, that short castle, and there are still weaknesses. Even when you exchange these bishops, there are still weaknesses in white's camp. For example, knight h5, knight f4 plan is possible. And we have also the draw on the second board, and we can return to this game. Then we will have a short break, because we left this position after d5, and I praised black's play in the opening. I liked it very much. And now you see why this c4 move is very important. Let's imagine c4 already played. It would be a completely different story. But it was not played, and this is just bad. We see something similar in this position, also the weaknesses in white's camp. But at least she can castle. Rook d8 logical, knight c5 very logical, and white's position is such an ugly one. Oh my, what's she going to do after e5? I believe that this is going to happen. Yelena Danielian is playing a nice game, very nice game. This is going to happen, and white is going to play knight b3 with the last hope that some sort of pin is there over the d file. It is, yeah, but when I take and when I play bishop e6, there is no pin anymore. I develop my pieces, and yeah, the position is just very good for black now. Mm, because now jumping somewhere with the knight is a threat. Also, b3 is hanging now. So the only solution is to move the queen away. And when it moves to e1, it's very passive, but it's just, I don't know, maybe the only option. But I can take on c3 anyway. And that's a big problem. Because now bishop takes e6 is not possible. Rook takes d1, and when you exchange rooks, you still can't take on e6 because I go rook d1. You can play this position, of course, and sacrifice the queen somehow. I don't know, knight takes c3, but I will be a queen up. So you can't do that, and when you take on c3, I just take on b3, and I am a pawn up with bishop pair, which I think is enough for a victory. So after bishop c2, I'm expecting the e5 move. And I do believe that a young Azerbaijani player didn't handle the opening and will be punished severely by experienced Jelena Danielian. After e5, I do not see any hope for white, actually. This is just resignable. The biggest issue in this position is the knight on b1, which is very bad. And white wasn't able to play knight a3 in the game. And that's the problem. The move is missing. And that causes us very big problems in this position. I mean, let's imagine we don't go here, and let's imagine we go somewhere around here. Then I just develop the bishop. I can even go to f5, but let's say I will go to e6. And again, you have the big problem with the knight jumping away. And the computer shows that the best move is queen g5, which I find a little bit funny. But yeah, just tells us that the position is very bad for white. Okay, I will check the position of our player, Natalia Kanyakova, because it was a very interesting fight. So I will update on that. We've seen this position after queen d6, and I told you that I would exchange on g7, then play rook c1, and I'm worried about the weaknesses on the queen side. On the other hand, black has some initiative on the king side, and also it's not easy for white to find a decisive plan. So she played rook ac1, black played bishop f6. Anyway, I would take on f6 very happily. I don't know whether black wanted to take with the pawn, but I doubt that. It's still better for white. But instead of taking, white played a4, which is logical, but after a5, where is the benefit of a4? I think there is no benefit. Even computer showed something like b takes c6, but I can understand that didn't happen. a5 would be a logical continuation. I would also play. And then I think white somewhat panicked. And she played g4, which is something I don't like at all. I can understand that she wanted to block the attack of black on the king's side. But anyway, there are some ideas of bishop takes g4, so you didn't block it that much. And on the top of that, you blocked all your own play on the king's side. So g takes f4 is no longer possible. And that's the problem. So I can take on c6 calmly. And when you take, I can even play bishop e6 now. But I would take simply on c6. And let's imagine this position. Bishop takes, queen takes, and probably you are going to take on c7. But why did you close the king side, right? There was no threat of f takes g3. Only you blocked your own bishop forever. So, and you lost one tempo. So I believe that this position is okay for black. I will play rook b8. And I think it's quite playable for both sides, of course. White is also not that bad. But I would rather take black in this position. The reason is that this bishop is shut forever, the knight's passive, the king also has some problems. I know I can understand that I have my tactical weaknesses, the knight, right, the rooks are passive, but I would rather choose black because of all these tactical possibilities connected with the weak diagonal. You can imagine my queen landing on e5, and it's immediately clear that I will gain the initiative now after queen e5. So that's something. I'm slightly surprised that Natalka is thinking here for 10 minutes because they are going to get to the time treble, and that's the problem. It's only move 20, 22, and you need to play faster because, I mean, when you don't go b takes c6, what are you going to do? I don't see any move, actually. So it's logical that b takes c6 is the best move because what else are you going to do? And when you don't have anything else, you just go for it. Good or bad, you have to play it. And I think maybe the reason why Natalka is thinking is that she is afraid of bishop takes f6 and then rook takes c6. Maybe, I am not sure. For example, after queen takes, rook takes, it's bad for black already. But black can take with the rook or with the pawn even. Why not? And when you take, I just go queen e5. And this position is good, right? I can imagine this to be better for black. Again, because of this stupid bishop on g2. So I wouldn't be too worried here with black. But of course, I can understand that it's easy for me to say during the live commentary. I have no responsibility and I'm not stressed and I am not in a time trouble. So yeah, it's much easier for me. And also I have the guidance of the of this bar on the left side. So yeah, it's much easier for me to say that. But anyway, when you don't have any other choices, there is no other move. I mean, you can maybe take on c3 with the bishop, but you wouldn't go bishop f6 then. Take on c3, you wouldn't go bishop f6. So yeah, apart from that, I don't see any other move. So I hope bishop takes c6 will happen in the game of Natalka. Maybe I will have a short look on the first board, and then we will have a second break. Yeah, only this happened, and the short castle. Somewhat. Yeah, I was expecting that maybe Nana will castle long, but this also doesn't solve her problems. But here, for example, after bishop b7, this position is really better for black. You see the rook will end on d8, the other rook will land on c8, and the pressure over the center files, the pressure is growing. I wouldn't want to be white in this position. Of course, when we stabilize somehow, when we go away with the queen, we have some space advantage due to the e4 pawn. I can understand that. But the price was too high. The development is poor. There are weaknesses, especially the dark squares. So the price was too high. And when I see the time treble of white, I do not have a good feeling about this position. So I'm expecting something like bishop b7 or rook d8. And black has a big pressure. I do believe that one of the best solution to that is to offer a draw. But maybe it would be declined because I think Anna Ushenina understands perfectly that the position is good for Black, and he has some chances to win the win the game on the first board, which would be a great achievement for the whole tournament. Okay, I will have a quick second break. Thank you very much for watching and hope to see you soon. Let's say in 10 minutes I will be back. Bye. Dear chess friends, welcome back to the live commentary of the fifth round of European Women's Chess Championship 2022 here in Prague in Don Giovanni Hotel. You can see that the first board is really tense. You can see right next to me the game between Nana Zagnidze, she has white pieces, and Anna Ushinina is playing with black. They are both thinking very hard, and you can also see the playing hall here in the Don Giovanni Hotel. I think it's very nice, and I thank all the organizers that prepared very good conditions for the players. At least we hear no complaints. And yeah, let's have a look at the position because this may be one of the critical moments of the whole championship because Nana Zagnidze is worse after the opening with white, which is a big surprise. And I told you about these weaknesses in White's camp. And I do believe that Nana is afraid in this position and she chose a good strategy. I told you that bishop b7 should be the move. I would make immediately. I can understand that the bishop is biting into these pawns. But on the other hand, we need to connect rooks and to complete the development. Instead, Black played knight e5, and probably she was hoping that rook d5 is a threat, the rook d8, combined with knight d3 move. I can understand that, but White's reaction was very quick in the time treble already, and very good. I really like White's decision. She is offering to exchange queens, and in such a bad situation, I think it's a good decision. And it's also a pawn sacrifice, but a very timely one. Let's see what happens if black takes on e3. Then white takes. And if black goes knight d3, which seems logical, I go king e2. And now you have last chance to repeat moves by playing knight f4, king f2, and knight d3 back. Because when you take on b2, which seems logical, I go rook a b1. And now you see that this position changed dramatically from what we saw a few moves ago. White got the upper hand because white has the initiative. And after this small pawn sacrifice, this knight is trapped. And it has to go somewhere around, I don't know, here, a4. And if anybody is better here, it's white, because in an in-game the king is okay, and white has the active rook on b1 and no problems. So the difference between this position and, let's say, this position is enormous. White was able to defend and to release the pressure by exchanging the queens and by the temporary pawn sacrifice. I like this idea very much. And it took white only 1 minute. She's a very experienced player, and she used the opportunity that black gave her because knight e5 was not forced at all. I mean, bishop b7 would be a better choice. And imagine white taking on c5. That would be already a mistake because I take with the knight. That's why I have the knight on d7 and not on e5. The knight takes, and anyway, rook d8 is a threat, and also the knight can also jump here, and it's completely different story connected with the b4 threat. Black has a very nice initiative. In the game after queen e3, black correctly judged that she will not exchange queens, but the disadvantage of this that this diagonal is actually under white's control now. And the biggest advantage is gone, I think. So, yeah, black is not happy about the outcome of last few moves. And I think the worst for white is gone now. Yeah, I would be happy if I were white now because white was able to castle. And now it's still slightly worse because of these dark square weaknesses. Stupid knight on c2. But it's playable. I can even go knight fd4, cd4, and yeah. Yeah, okay. Black can go queen b6, and I can imagine something like that. And yeah, it can be even a draw repetition now. It's only slightly worse for white already. Then we have a draw on the second board. We talked about this, a draw between Azerbaijani girls Gunay Mamadzada and Gulnar Mamadova. It was a French defense. And we go back to the third board where we saw this position, and I told you that white is under enormous pressure. And she was thinking for 13 minutes now in this position after bishop e6. And she found nothing. And that's not surprising because there is nothing. Computer is suggesting queen e1, but it's terrible. There is knight takes c3 anyway. And bishop takes d5 is just an admission of defeat because the bishop pair for black, it's such a terrible force. And after rook takes d5, you just take on d1. Now white is not happy with the knight on b1, of course, but after rook d8, queen e1, there are many choices for black now. Maybe to go bishop h6, stopping knight d2 development. And when white goes knight a3, which is the only remaining square for the knight, I can go rook d2 now. And I believe that white can't survive this. The rook is too strong on d2. So by simple means, black achieved winning position. And yeah, it's just a disaster for young Azerbaijani player playing with white. But yeah, that happens from time to time when you don't know the opening and you don't play c4 going into Marosi structure. And thank you for the tip. Maybe have a look at board 13. Go there. Yeah, that's a hard fight between Mariam Matkhian, Armenian player, and Stavroula Tsolakido from Greece. They are both very good players, and yeah, it seems like a mess. It is a mess, but let's see how we got there. So the opening is a bit better for white, better development and initiative, but it's not such a big deal. These King's Indian positions are pretty tough to crack. Black also has some counter chances. So normal stuff. White is pushing on the queen side. That's also normal. And yeah, I wonder what happened because this seems quite normal. Okay, so f5 happened, but the reaction was also normal. Rook a, e1, king h8. Yeah, I'm a fan of f4 move in these positions. Somehow I am a fan of it, but yeah, I can understand that it was not White's dream because of e4 reaction. But on the other hand, White is sort of happy to block the king side, and also sometimes there is this g4 idea. And actually that happened in the game. White played bishop c5, then f4, and then g4. Oh, well, I like it very much. Okay. Because, you know, these pawns on e5, f5 are quite annoying, and it's logical to fight against them. I know white is opening her own king, but on the other hand, we have a lot of pieces around it, so the king should be quite safe, let's say. So g4 is logical. Queen g6, pinning the knight. And I do believe this is the critical position because, yeah, white thought for 15 minutes and white is already in the time trouble and black is also in the time trouble, so this is gonna be messy. And for both girls, this game is tough. But now I do believe that it's important to solve the biggest problem. Usually, it's good in chess when you solve the biggest problem by each move. And it's exactly the case here because The biggest problem for white is this pin. Yeah, that the knight is pinned. So we need to solve that. We need to jump to d6 with the knight, let's say, connected with the f5 threat. Um, so we are supposed to move the queen, I think. The question is, where do we move the queen? I think queen c1 looks logical, but I can understand that. Why didn't do it? Maybe she was afraid of g takes h3, but actually after bishop f3, I believe that the open g file is good for white, because white is going to play rook g1. This is a small little trick that decides the game, I believe, because now it's bad for black. So queen c1 was the move, I think. Instead, she went bishop d4, which is also logical, but the problem is now that I can play g3 because of this pinned knight. And yeah, this is going to be tough. This pawn is strong. So if white moves king h1, then the pawn remains on the board and bishop f5 is coming. And no, I don't like this move, bishop d4. It's a tactical weakness. Yeah, when you take on g3, which is maybe even the best move, you lose a piece. But anyway, maybe the best solution, because otherwise the pawn on g3 would be annoying. And you can play f5 now. So yeah, it's not such a big deal. It's an interesting situation now. Let's say you take, and then bishop e5 check. You probably go king g1, and it can easily be some draw with repetition of moves or something like that. The knight jumps to e6, and the position should be around equal, I believe. Yeah, it will be a tough fight. They are in a time trouble, so this may end. This may end soon. So let's jump to our players. Natalia Kanyakova, she is still playing. Oh my, maybe the transmission got stuck. I don't know. We have b takes c6. After 22 minutes of calculations, she decided to make the best move, which is good. Bishop takes, queen takes, or even pawn takes. Yeah, queen takes was bad because there was this rook takes c6 that was played anyway. But we have this queen e5 on the board, and I believe this was our analysis before the break. And I told you that I would pick black, actually, in this position. I would think that white missed her chances, and now black is gaining the initiative, let's say. It's not clear. I mean, for example, move queen d3 is a bit annoying with the threat of queen g6. I honestly don't know how I would react to that. Yeah, this is very annoying. I'm expecting this to happen, actually. Queen d3 is a logical move. And I don't know. The computer shows rook f7, which is a very difficult move that I even can't understand. So there is knight takes d5, and after queen takes d5, the problem with queen g6 is that I wanted to play knight e7 and then king g8, which I like. Maybe it's still a draw somehow for white. Maybe knight d4. But this is not risky for black at all. I think black should have a good position. So yeah, that was my idea. And after queen takes d5 to take on e2. But on the other hand, I opened the bishop. Then the bishop can go to f1. So yeah, maybe I don't want that. Or white can offer queen's exchange. And this is around equal, I believe. So I'm expecting this queen d3 move. But sadly, it seems like the transmission is stuck because it shows that white is thinking for 30 minutes, which is definitely not correct. So yeah, we will return to this game later. Also, we checked the games of our talented players, Anička Lhocká, and we left the transmission here after queen c1. And I told you that f6 is a possibility. It really happened on the board. And Anička chose to play on the queen side, which is good, I think. I really don't like knight b7 move. No, no, no. Don't do that in your games. The knight on b7 is so stupid. Knight c6 was the move. I think black was afraid of bishop b3 and then bishop d5. That was the reason why she didn't play knight c6. But you just go bishop d7. And anyway, in knight c6 is the only move. You can't go knight b7. Okay, bishop b3 and bishop d5 happened anyway. And the knight is such a bad piece. And now she played d4. I like this very much. It's good. Bishop b3. Okay, this was black's idea to push c6 at least. But the position is such a bad one. Yeah. And now I wonder why Anička didn't play knight d2 or knight h2 with the same idea of knight f1. Because this is winning, right, for white. I mean, the strategical advantage of the bishop pair and these very stupid knights, I think, is enough for a victory. I do believe that she was afraid that she's going to lose one pawn. That's actually true. She is going to lose one pawn. But when I go knight f1, I don't see anything for black. This is just a strategical disaster. Yeah. Yeah, so it required some calm approach, and it required to realize that this position is such a good one for white. Maybe Anička saw that, but she didn't want to go back with the knight because she saw that she's going to lose a pawn. But it doesn't matter. I mean, this is such hopeless situation. Oh my, these knights are so bad. And yeah, it's just winning for white. So instead, Anička sacrificed a piece, which is a brave choice, but a little bit unnecessary. So she sacrificed the knight on f3. I'm not saying that such a bad decision. I mean, in a practical game, probably the sacrifice has a good chances to success. But on the other hand, yeah, we are missing one piece, which is a pity. And also the knight has some meaning now, which is also a pity, because it had no meaning, and now at least it's attacking the d6 pawn, which appeared on d6. But the position of white is so good that even this position is around equal with a piece down. That is amazing. And even after the queen's exchange, the position is better for white according to the computer, which is amazing because we are a piece down. But these knights are so bad that it's enough for being better with a piece down. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, they are going to make big mistakes in a time treble. In such position, it is understandable. Yeah, I think Anička somewhat focused on the material here, which is not good. Again, a more calm approach, I think, would secure the victory. I don't understand this move bishop d8 at all. Maybe she wanted to play f5. But I mean, f5 is lost. I go e5, and when you take, I just calmly activate my last piece, and then I go forward, and I will make two queens. So f5 is not the idea, but apart from that, I don't understand the move bishop d8. But okay, black is under severe pressure, and in a time treble, it's very difficult to play chess under such circumstances. Now black is happy, partially, to be able to destroy the d6 pawn. So now we see the activation of pieces. Okay, Anička is going for it. She is not taking the f3 pawn for many moves. I don't exactly know why, but it doesn't really matter. Bishop e7, and now it's the time to sacrifice another exchange, or what? Come on, Anička, go for it. Oh, she's like a young tal. Yeah, maybe it was better to play it more cautiously from time to time, but anyway, this is nice. The idea behind it is that after rook f5, I have rook e5, and there is one funny mate on h5. Let's say this, and then you go king h7, and I go g4. This one's funny, and now I go bishop b3. This is so nice. King g6, bishop c2, winning the game. Yeah, hopefully she will play that, but because otherwise I don't see a move for white. You don't want to go back to d3, right? After rook d3, nah, it's not something that we wanted. So what? Anička, luckily for us, has a lot of time, so she can think about it. Uh, this one is logical. Probably black should play knight eg6, and after rook e5, there is knight f4, protecting the pawn, which is quite difficult to find. And anyway, I don't see. And then you go like this, right? And when I take, you go knight h7, which forces me, because the knight is attacking the f6 square, that forces me to exchange the bishop. Then I can go king h2, and it's just a mess. But this mess is somewhat okay for black. It was worse before. This can happen, but instead of rook takes f6, I don't see any other move. So I hope it will happen, because rook d3, it can easily be worse for white. The pawn is going nowhere. For example, when you take and you play rook d6, it seems logical, and then I go knight h7 and bishop takes c3. It can easily be even worse for white. Yeah, that's a nice game. That's a nice game. I like it very much. I will return to this game later. So right now we are in the position after bishop e7. And another our talented player, Anička Koubová, she had this position, and we talked about the risks of f4 move, and I suggested knight e2 instead. Sadly for us, after bishop c5, knight d3, white panicked, played e5, and she ran into knight g4, and she ran out of ideas, because this is such a typical situation, and huge risk for white in this pawn structure. Sadly for us, this is lost, because nobody can save white's king here under such pressure. King h2 was the possibility, but knight f2 is another strong move, protecting h3 and renewing the threat of queen h5. Yeah, sadly for us, it didn't work out well. I told you that probably Anička is tired, and this move h3, she wouldn't make it during the Olympiad. It's a tough lesson. Hopefully Anička will survive this lesson, and she will bounce back in the remaining games. Now this is lost because white has two pieces for a rook. It seems good, but black has such a strong initiative connected to it, attacking on g3 with a bad position. White's king, also the rook, is active, and white pieces, they sleep on the queen side. Those are the reasons why this position is lost for white. You can see it on the board now. White has no counterplay, and she suffers a lot. This is a sad story. A great game by black. From the moment where f4 happened, it was a great game. In the opening, Anička outplayed black, but then she ran into this knight g4 tactics, which is deadly. And I don't see any hope now. Oh my, this is so ugly. Oh, oh. No, I don't want to. I don't want to see that. It's just lost. We go back. We have plenty of moves on the first board. Oh my, a4. Yeah, Nana wanted to simplify the position, to release the pressure somehow. On the other hand, the queen side is really weak now. So black has an advantage now. It's still unpleasant. Yes, you can see black exchange the knight and the bishop on a4 is actually bad. These knights are better. And the other problem in white's position is this knight because it has no outpost. It's not bad in the center, but it's a tactical weakness. So Nana wanted to stabilize the position to cover the bishop to find some stability. But these dark squares are a major issue. And you see that these knights are useful. For example, king f2 is never possible because of knight g4, winning the queen. It's actually quite important. And how do we solve the problem of the knight? The only solution is to go back. And the knight on c2 is also very bad. So now we go somewhere like queen d6. And black has the hold over all these central squares, which gives her an advantage. On the other hand, queen c7 is also a logical reaction, and we see knight d4. And this is called a silent draw offer. Now you ask black whether she wants to continue the game or not. I think she understands perfectly that she is better, but she has a draw in hand because after queen b6, knight c2, we see a move repetition. And I'm a little bit sad because no, this position is better for white. Why? Better for black. White is under pressure. And even after such a stupid move like rook c8, who is going to oppose these rooks? How is white going to solve the situation? Right? For example, after rook fd1, I may even move make a move like h6 to cover the back rank, and then I go queen b6 and I increase the pressure there. So yeah, the position is better for black, but in a severe time trouble, I think we are going to see a repetition of moves. Anna Ushenina didn't find the courage to continue the game. I like white's decision in the opening after knight e5. I really like white's decision to take the bishop and to offer the queen's exchange. Then at least the queen got some stability. But you see, these pieces are just bad. White tried to solve the matter. But anyway, this piece is very bad. It's tactical weakness. And black should continue the game. But I do believe that now black can write out the move, or even white can write down the move. And then she can claim a threefold repetition. Yeah. I get the tip that it's already a draw. Yeah, I can see that during the live transmission. So, what does it mean? What does it mean? Okay, I'm not blaming black for taking a draw against stronger opponent with black. But yeah, I think she will blame herself during the night. It's one of the situations where the outcome can be decided. And kudos to white, because I think Nana Zagnidze survived her critical moment in this tournament. In this position, it looks ugly. Ugly. Bishop has no meaning, and it looks just ugly. But it was a draw. Black agreed on the move repetition, yeah, and we see the draw already. After 25 moves in a severe time travel, they repeated moves. Logically, quite logically, because black refused to take the queen, and she attacked the knight, and she attacked the knight again, and white understood perfectly that, of course, you can play something like rook fd1, but knight is going to be a weakness for a long, long time. You don't want to have the knight there because it's attacked by all black's army. So she went back, and she went back, right? And instead of continuing the game, for example, like queen c2 was possible, queen c5 was possibility blocking knight c2, or rook c8 and then h6 calmly, black decided to take a draw. So yeah. Okay. Okay, good for our commentary. Um, the game here, the fourth board, is still in progress. Jelena actually played bishop h6, but instead of following with the rook d2, she played bishop b3, which is also good, right? Oh, the position of white is such a hopeless one. This was a very one-sided affair, and I do believe there are no chances for white to survive. Let's see rook e1 variation, and if you want to take, what happens after rook takes e5? I think black just calmly return with the bishop on e6. Why not? You can see that the knight has no squares whatsoever. This is a major issue, rook a2. I'm going to win this pawn and then march with the a pawn. And these two bishops are so strong. I mean, let's imagine bishop d7. And the bishop's attacking also along this diagonal. But yeah, the biggest issue is the rook a2 move. So yeah, this is gonna end pretty soon. Jelena Danielian will win the position. Okay, she is in a severe time trouble. Only 25 moves, 15 moves to the time control, and only 1 minute left. That's the biggest issue for black, but I think in this position she can handle, right? It was a very nice game, very instructive one, especially this move d5. I like very much. When you don't play c4 in this sort of Marozzi structure, you get d5, and you really need to have e5 reaction here. And you don't have it. And that's the biggest problem, because when you take, you look at white's position, I mean, it's just a disaster. So this d5 in a Sicilian was a critical moment. And now we see this rook e1 and all this variation we had. I think white is going to take on e5, but the in-game is hopeless. We will return to this later, but it's basically hopeless. The Polish duel, the fourth board, looks good for white. So let's see. We left the game. Here I told you that it's around equal, but the white has some pressure. Yeah, it was also in this game after b3. Okay. Okay, knight b4, queen a3, e5. Rook fd1. Yes, somehow I don't like these two rooks, right? What are they doing there? Yeah. White won a pawn on the a file, and black got nothing in return. So slowly but surely, white got the upper hand. But it's not such a big issue. I mean, if black takes here, or she can also play knight c6 to return the knight into the game, I don't see anything too big for white. But instead, f6 happened, and yeah, that's the blunder, because now we play a4, and that's a wrap up, because yeah, the game already ended, and we will see why, because yeah, it should be winning for white. This f6 move was a blunder, because now we see that the rook has to abandon the c5 square, and that's the problem. And also the d file is the problem. So one small little move, such a big problem. Now bishop c6, knight a5. Oh my, that hurts. That hurts. So instead of this, I suggested this knight c6 move, which is something because now you can't play a4. The b3 pawn is hanging. Yeah. Now white got the initiative, knight a5 and everything. And yeah, this is just so ugly. And she even won a piece. So yeah, that's the wrap up. I mean, black can hope for something with the pawn, but the pawn is protected and the piece is the piece, right? Oh, that's a nice combination. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's just pawn take. So white took everything calmly and we have a winning position because nobody is going to stop this pawn. Also, black has a weak king and this only looks good because in reality it has no future. So this game also ended. Okay, we will have a short round today, at least on the top boards. The girls fought bravely. Today we have the fifth round. Tomorrow we will have the sixth round. And then on Friday is the free day. So girls can gain new energy. I will also gain new energy. And we will return after the free day. But tomorrow there is a game again, the last before the free day. Yeah, this is just hopeless. So yeah. I will check the check games. If you have any tip for me from the lower boards, it's welcomed. Apart from that, I will check how our girls are doing. This is the most interesting game in this round for me because the variation Natalka chose, it's just crazy. I like playing blitz in coffee houses, and that would be the variation I would choose in a coffee house, but not in a standard game. But it has some logic behind it, so maybe I will try this knight c6 and knight e5 stuff in a blitz game, but it's very risky. Uh, but now, after queen e5, I do believe in black's position, and white was thinking for 9 minutes. And sadly for her, she didn't play queen d3. And I do believe that this is the problem because queen d3 with the idea of queen g6 was basically the only opportunity to get some play. Because after rook c2, it's just nothing, right? Look at white pieces. They have no purpose. I mean, this is just sad. How do we end up after 25 moves, after such an opening, in this position? Oh my. Yeah, this is just sad. Somehow I do not believe this bishop a6, because basically we don't want to exchange those bishops, and by playing bishop a6 we helped that. So yeah, but they are already in a big time trouble and the position is very complicated. So they overlooked this tactical possibility, which is very nice, because the bishop's hanging and also I'm threatening knight g6. But no wonder they overlooked that. Queen c3 is a logical one. Oh my, knight c4. She's really going for it. Oh, I, I have a question. Do you think that sometimes it's easier to win players from your country? Know them more familiar with their style? Yeah, that's a tough one. That's true, but also they know more about you. It's a classical situation in sport, so in football. These matches of teams from the same city uh, always has a special meaning for all the players, and it's the same with playing against the girl from the same country here during the European Championship. Some of the players find it nice for example, I like playing against my friends. Uh, I enjoy such games, especially, yeah. The reason is that you wrote in chat, John, that I'm familiar with this style. I know what to expect. I can use some psychology. But some of the players are not happy about that. They do not want to beat their friends, and they usually make draws or offering draws, and they are not comfortable with it. It depends, yeah, whether you like it or not. You could see during our commentary that it was a short and relatively uneventful draw on the board two, and a big fight on board four between Polish players. And also, not all players from the same country are friends, right? There are there are normal relationships like between anybody else. So not all players are friends. But usually, yeah, it's a different story. It's like derby in football. This knight c4 again runs into knight takes f4, but again, it was not used opportunity. So in the game, we see the queen's exchange. Somehow, white rooks got into play. Yeah, I didn't pay my full attention to it, but somehow they got into play. But all this is this computer evaluations jumps because it's all about knight takes f4, and they refuse to play it all the time. So yeah, I would go to b6, that's for sure. Knight takes f4 would be the continuation and a big mess on the board. In the game, bishop takes e2 happened, and Natalka thinks that the knight is going to be stronger than the bishop. Maybe true, but it's not that clear because our king is also weak. And I think the logical outcome of such a mess is a draw, because I can see that rook takes h6 is also a very powerful threat. So you need to do something very quickly. For example, it can be like this, because then also the back rank for white is an issue. So when you take, I go forward, and it looks risky for black, but it's also risky for white. When you go rook h7 or rook g6, yeah, rook h7, let's imagine I go king g8, then your bishop's hanging, and the rook, and when you go bishop e4, that looks logical, I go rook d8. Right? Then you can't take the pawn because of the back rank issue. And, well, I'm going to take the pawn and then jump to f6. Why not? I think it should be around equal. Okay, I have another comment. Sometimes it's funny, but confidence plays a role. Exactly. Yeah, that's important. If you have big plus score, it may matter, even if it's during national under 16 or something. That's exactly, that's true. I have many clients among Czech players that are good, even grandmasters, and they always lose against me. And on the other hand, I have many players that I don't like playing against because I'm always losing. Yeah, that's a big issue. Yeah. Okay. Oh my, e4 happened. Oh, what is that? Come on, girls. We will stay here for next 10 moves because they are in a time trouble right now, and e4. Okay. The idea is clear. After f takes e4, she wants to go f3. So instead, white played rook takes h6. Why not? But the idea behind e4 is not that stupid, that f3 only. But it's also that it blocks bishop d3 move. that we had in the variation before. So that's useful. And I do believe that now it's getting to be complicated for white, actually. I do believe that black has initiative. I really like this move before. Good job, Natalka. This is a very nice move. Of course, computer shows it's 000. I can understand that. Everything is 000. But for a human, no 000. A human doesn't know the evaluation during a game. Rook cc6 would be my choice. I want to have the piece coordination. But rook e6 that happened in the game is also logical. But after rook takes b2, I don't know. I think she's going to take on c7, but I do believe this is just bad because I'm going to exchange one pair of rooks. And then only my good pieces remain on the board, and I think this is going to be bad for white. So yeah, these moves, rook h6, rook e6, they are slow. I don't like them. The computer shows that king f2 is the only move, and if she's going to play that, then I don't know. I will buy another coffee. Um, I need caffeine because I think that's inhuman. So let's wait. King f2. Come on. But maybe it's not that inhuman. I wouldn't do it, that's for sure. But it's logical to cover the bishop, right? I don't know. When you make the move, it looks logical. I mean, you are not afraid of rook h8 because then you are faster. So, yeah, maybe she's going to find it. It's the only move, they say. Problem is that, yeah, I would be discouraged by knight takes d5. This looks horrible. This looks horrible. I mean, White is thinking about the situation, but I don't think she's going to solve that. I think Natalka is going to score a very important victory, but don't be too hasty. It would be very nice for her because she has 2.5 out of 4 and 3.5 out of 5. It would be something for her. Yeah, and exactly as I told you, rook takes c7 happened. Okay, I'm a chess player after all. So you can see the evaluation of the computer, but in a human game, it's completely different. This is very understandable mistake and very understandable refutation. Because, yeah, this must be played. And then, after the rook's exchange, nobody is going to save this bishop. Yeah, rook f7 happened. So now we can try rook takes and king f2, the same defense. But the attack is too strong now. You can see that this is not going to work for white. The rook and the knight is a deadly combo when they are attacking opponent's king in an endgame. This is a classical example of winning attack with knight, rook, and 2 pawns, like these 2 pawns. White is not going to survive that. Okay, watching from Mexico. Oh my. European Championship and watching from Mexico. Thank you very much. Greetings. My name is the same as Sergey, only a word playing with it. Okay. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoy the commentary. We enjoy the tournament. Maybe we can see the playing hall to see some of the girls playing. Now we witnessed the time travel between Natalka Kanyakova and Sidonia Vaida Lazarne, but I do believe that it's just completely winning for black, so we can see some other players playing chess right now in a time travel, big tension. But the time travel is going to finish soon, and then we will go with a recapitulation. You can see that knight d1 happened on the board. and it's good. I don't think. No, knight d1 didn't happen actually. King f2 happened, and we are waiting for knight d1. We will then return to the board 13. We have comment from John. Then there was a combination, but I would like to stay here because Natalka to find knight d1 is basically the only move, which is not surprising because it's very logical to play knight d1 and knight c3. The problem is that knight takes d5 is also tempting, but then I believe rook takes e4 is the problem. There is no victory for black then. Okay, I will check the board 13 and then we will return. Stavrula won, so congratulations. Yeah, she found g3. Good job. Yeah, that's the problem. So bishop d4 was a terrible mistake. We talked about this during our transmission, and this pawn is gonna be very strong. It's gonna be a big problem for white. So we will see the combination, bishop f5 logical, bishop e5 trying to block the file somehow. Yeah, and computer shows something, but in reality, this is basically hopeless for white with such a king. She was lucky to survive with king h2, and apparently, no, but bishop takes e4 is really not a good move. Bishop e6 is a right solution. This is just winning for black. I mean, all these pieces are doing nothing, and my pieces are attacking with the same material. No, white is not going to survive that. But anyway, she played bishop takes e4 and queen g5, which is bad according to the computer. But again, nobody is going to find the right move knight f5, right? Nobody. So after e6, black got the upper hand again. Oh my. But to defend in a time trouble, it's impossible for a human. And this is just lost, yeah. So we see the combination. Oh, that's nice. Knight fork to the whole family. Whole family is attacked. Yeah, but it's a logical consequence of the position because the attack was strong and there is always something. So that's why Stavrula Tsolakido won the game. She even, oh my, this is nice. Because of course this was also possible. Knight takes c3 and knight takes e4. I calculated that actually. But she decided to take on g3, which is also good because now white resigned because after she exchanges queens, there is knight takes e4 check, and with the whole piece, it's a lost position. Personally, I would continue here as white because I would continue with king f4 and I would try to, I don't know, to do something in a time travel, but no, objectively it's just lost. And it wouldn't work because this is the move 41, so yeah, white would have no chances and black would won the game anyway. Yeah. So I return to our game. Where it was. Yeah, Anička Koubová lost. Yeah, I have. Yeah, 94 and you get everything. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, thank you, John, for the comment. That's much better, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's much better than to win just a piece. This is very good, everything. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, how Anička Lhocká is doing. And then I will return to Natalka. This was also a big time trouble. And Anička found the move rook takes f6. Congratulations, good job. Another nice combination. And she wants to attack, rook e5 attack. Sadly for us, Black found the best defense. Oh no. Oh no, g3. Now, for some reason, king f1 is a blunder. Oh, rook d7. Oh my. So apparently king h2 was better. And then bishop takes h5, which releases the king. The rook d7, we got under pressure, but the rook c1, knight c1 idea, according to the computer, wins, but I don't know why. Doesn't really matter because in a time treble it's impossible to see, and black made a logical move, rook d8, but then again there is a mating net. So white stumbled a little bit by the move king f1, but again after rook e5 the game is on. It shows a small plus for black, and I can understand that. The knight is strong on e2, and this king f1 move was bad, but it's a very difficult fight for both sides. And I think draw would be suitable for this game. I would like to see the draw because it would be a logical outcome of this very nice fight. But we will see. The game's still on, yeah. Rook takes f6. Wonderful move. Yeah. I agree. Another sacrifice. I mean, like the fourth one in this game. Yeah, she's like a new Tal. Sometimes it's better to play it more cautiously, you know. For example, the sacrifice of the knight on f3 was not necessary in a winning position. So, yeah, but kudos to black, because to find such a defense, jumping with the knight to e2, it's not easy. Yeah, so Anička was a little bit unlucky that black found this defense. For example, here it was better to take on h5 with an advantage to white, because I will take this pawn in the future. Maybe I will have to give this pawn, but anyway, when these two exchanges, I will have 3 pawns for a knight. For example, in this, right? Then I can go something like, or even rook c5, but I can go here. Then destroy this pawn, black will regain this one, and we will have 3 pawns for the knight. And this is actually quite okay for white. It may be better for white now to play such an endgame. Instead, she went for this combination, which sadly for her was not sound. But it's still a game now. But I would be rather happy to have this and this out of the board and also take these 2 pawns, right? With all this on the board, my king is under pressure and I don't like it. So this knight is actually quite strong. It can even take on c3 sometimes. And now this is a serious threat, so she has to take. But after king g6, yeah, I don't like white's position, yeah. Somehow we got under pressure. So anyway, they passed the time control. White got another 30 minutes, so it will be a long fight. And I will return to Natalka. Ah, she didn't find it. Bad luck, yeah. The problem is that knight takes d5 is also a logical move, yeah. If not knight takes d5, then knight d1 is the only solution. But sadly, yeah, knight takes d5 looked also very logical. And she went for that, which is a mistake, yeah. Knight d1 was a golden chance, yeah, it's a pity. It was such a nice game, yeah. So it's a pity. Maybe there are some chances even after this. She wanted to have some easy moves until the time control, and knight c3 is easy. And then king f6 is easy. So she wanted to have some easy moves before the time control, but there is no win. It can be seen. So they repeated moves. It's nice. But okay, black has some advantage after knight takes a4, yeah? Now actually white needs to be precise, because I want to go back and then I want to go rook takes e2, exchange everything and go for the queen combined with this king march. Okay, Now I believe rook c8 is the only move, protecting c3 square. This is better for black slightly, but it should be a draw, I think. Yeah, this is also going to be a long game, I believe. So I will do a short recapitulation. We have two draws, the first two boards, and the third board is still in progress, which surprised me a little bit. So let's see. They really went into this end game, which is terrible for white. And if Yelena would play this bishop e6 move, I think white would just resign pretty soon. Sadly for black, f6 came, and this gave white slight counterplay. It's not much, but it's slight counterplay. Yeah, the position is still winning, but yeah, this one's something. Yeah, it's not that bad. I've seen worse positions. Yeah, somehow, sadly for her, she didn't play very well in the time treble. And white was able to stabilize the position. And most importantly, the rook is very active now. Compare it to the position with bishop e6. There is no counterplay for white, and these pieces are just terrible. Comparing to the current position, where knight d4 and all this stuff is in the air, and on the other hand, black bishops, they are potentially strong, but right now they are not good at all. They got stuck on the king's queen side. And this is not going to be easy. According to the computer, the best move is king d6, which is inhuman. I would play rook b2, but then king d3, and again, what to do? And we passed the 14th move. They repeated moves once, but black is not going to repeat moves, that's for sure. But this is not going to be easy. Of course, you can play some in-game like bishop c3 and knight d4 takes, but this will take a long time. And this pawn is weak, so I do not believe there are serious winning chances. I mean, it's going to be a draw probably. This c4 pawn is crucial. Okay, I will have another short break. Thank you very much for watching, and I will check the situation after the time control shortly after the break. Thank you. Bye. Okay, dear chess friends, welcome to the last phase of the commentary of the fifth round of Women European Chess Championship. You can see that the game on the third board is still in progress. Jelena Danielian is playing with the black pieces with white, just making the move. It's Ulvia Fatalieva from Azerbaijan, a young women grandmaster. It's a big fight. I think the game could end it like 1 hour ago because Jelena Danielian had a big advantage, but she wasn't able to win the game in the time treble, and we reached this position, which is, of course, better for black, but it's no longer that easy. And they repeated moves for a while, and of course, black wants to win the game. But I think playing king d6 is a good job because she steps out of the fork on d4 and it's a winning attempt. As I told you, with the rook on g7, there are always chances for white. Of course, black is better, so we will see how the game continues because I think bishop d4 is the possibility now, then maybe bishop c3. Black should win somehow in a long run, but it's not that clear anymore. In the game, black had a much bigger advantage than now. Okay, this is in progress. We are waiting white's reaction after king d6, and objectively it's still winning, but it's a fight. And I will check the game of Natalia Kanyakova. We talked about this position. And right after the time control, Black found an interesting solution how to win this a4 pawn for free, simultaneously exchanging the light pieces. I told you about the possibility of knight takes a4, which is a good move. Then white will play rook c8, not letting black knight to go to c3, and it should be a draw somehow. Black decided to take on e2 first and then to take on a4 with the rook, so it's another type of an endgame. And again, it should be a draw. But honestly, this is not that easy. Computer shows 000, but you need to prove that, and that's another thing. Of course it's a draw, I know. It should be a draw, right? Because 3 pawns for each side, a rook in game. How is that even possible to end differently than in a draw? But white was thinking for 12 minutes here, right after the time control, which shows that she is not sure how to make a draw out of this. Because, I mean, when you are sure, you are making moves quickly and confidently, especially when after time control you have only 30 minutes till the rest of the game. So white is not sure how to make a draw. And honestly, when I look at the position, I wouldn't be so sure. Also, because it's a draw objectively, you can see that. But these 2 pawns are quite strong. This is a weakness. And I have this pawn. And I perfectly understand that it's necessary to play h4. In some moment, suitable moment, and you need to find that suitable moment. And that's the biggest issue of the position. So I do believe that king f2 is the correct move now. I would like to go there like this. I'm keeping the king cut on f6, and I'm trying to push h4 on the next move. Let's say black continues by playing rook a1. I go h4. G takes. King g2. That was my plan. a4. She's trying to go there. Right? But what's next? Now I have an ideal setup with the king on g2, and I have the free pawn. And now I can just wait. Let's imagine I go like this, attacking the pawn from here. Now f4 is hanging, so you're gonna play king g5, but I am going to play rook e5 check, and it's just a draw. How you are going to win this? I can even play rook f5 now, right? So it's just a draw. But it's very important to play this move h4, and of course you don't want to end in a position after h3. So king g2 is necessary, and only then, when this pawn is weak, I can use the strength of my rook. Let's imagine you go rook a4, but now your rook is stupid, and I can calmly continue by playing king h3. And of course, after rook a1, I will not take on h4 because there is mate on h1. Always you need to be careful. But I go, let's say, rook e4 anyway. And I do believe that this is the way to make a draw out of it. Personally, I don't like rook e8, but maybe the idea behind it is to start an immediate counterplay. But somehow I don't believe that chasing black's king in front of these pawns is a good decision. So I know it's 0-0-0. But actually, this knight takes e2 was a very, very nice chance. And this is not an automatic draw. You know, rook in games, they are difficult. I personally find rook in games very difficult. And this is one of them. And I think white really needs this move, h4. And you need to put king to g2 because of that. If you don't do that, I have worries that this is gonna end badly. I would play rook a1 in this position, but rook a2 also makes sense because you are trapping white's king on the first rank. As you can see, now white played rook e4. Yeah, and maybe, yeah, that was her idea, because she's going to play h4 next. But somehow, yeah, it's risky. Eh? Of course, black is going to push a4. And I do believe that... But h4 is the idea. I do believe that this was the idea. But then I will take, right? And if you take, suddenly I have this king to g6, I believe. And how you are going to stop these pawns. You really need to have the king on g1 now. That would be a draw. But with the king on e1, how you are going to do that? King f1, I go a3. I have a massive threat of rook b2, so you need to go here. And I go h3. And you are not there yet. You would like to teleport on h1, but you are not there yet. And after king g1, well, this is tricky. This is a tricky stuff, actually. But I go king g5, and yeah, this is lost, right? I won. So after a4, apparently king f1 is the only move, which is already not an easy one to make. a3, and now rook a4. But anyway, this is difficult because I can already play king e5. But apparently you go king g1 first. And then if I'm trying to chase your rook, like this, going to b5, then you play h4. And this is, I believe, a draw somehow, because then after h4 I go like this, and I will never let you to play king g3, never. You can try h3. Here this one is difficult. I mean, rook a6, come on. And now I'm starting to push the G pawn, but this is difficult. I really don't like the move rook e8. I do believe that this can be a loss of decisive tempo. King f and king f2 with the h4 plan was much better. But also it was possible to continue for black, for example, this and this, trying to lure me into h4. But yeah, I may go there happily even after that. And also, yeah, this is one actually nice trap. I can play like this because it's a stalemate idea. When you imagine a3, I play rook e6. And this is like in a study, right? It's a stalemate, nice little idea. You know, rook in games are tricky, tough and tricky. Okay, I like commenting in games because it's nice to comment with no responsibility. But to play them, that is hard. This one is nice. It's a crazy rook with the king trapped on h3. So yeah, I do believe this rook e8 was a mistake. And the computer will not tell you this because the computer shows 000 all the time. But this is actually a mistake from a human point of view. Played after a long think, which is another suggestion that white doesn't know what to do. And after rook e4, if Natalka plays a4, I know that it's a draw according to the computer, but I don't see how. Because h4 is going to lose. We saw that variation. And apart from that, it's not clear to me how we can save this. King f1 logically, this one will happen. Then king g1 and I go for the pawn. Let's imagine you try rook a5 in this moment where my king is far away. But then I take, and if you take on g5, I just go here. And because your king is cut on the first rank, I just promote the pawn. Of course, you can try to run with your pawns, but I think it's not going to work. I will just go and promote, and you play g6. You can't play g6, I go rook a6. And if you play h4, I go king d5. And if you play like this, I go just king e5. And it's just a dead loss, right? Like this. Check, king h5. And I can just maybe even take this pawn. Yeah, take this pawn. Yeah, why not? But maybe I would play king f5 because there is a nice stalemate idea, g6. Okay, you can try that, but I go king f6, right? So it doesn't help you. And king h6, and now I would go rook g3, winning the game. So, yeah, sadly rook a1 happened. That's not good. Yeah. You know, this in game is tough for both players. I don't know the reason why Natalka didn't play a4, but by playing rook a1, and again the computer shows it 0, so it's not a mistake according to the computer. But from a human point of view, a4 would put a lot of pressure on white, and it's a big question if she can handle that pressure. But after rook a1, everybody would play king f2, right? And the king runs where it should be. So this move only helped white to achieve what she wants. So this is a big mistake, rook a1. Sadly, yeah. Okay, this in game is too difficult for girls. It's a nice one, yeah. Yeah, I would need David Navarra for this commentary. I hope he will join me in future rounds because he is a great expert on rook in games. So yeah, for Natalka, it's too difficult for play such an in game. I wouldn't be so sure about the result if it was my game. Of course, I would like to play a4 and I would do it in my game, but I wouldn't be so sure about the result. Black has some chances, of course, but Yeah, objectively, white should be able to hold the draw. But anyway, helping white to get the king to the king side is not a good strategy. So now it's a draw, and now I believe white will hold the draw because white got like at least 2 tempos out of this check. So yeah, again, let's return to our next games. Anička Lhocká is still playing. Yeah, it's the Sin game. Oh my. Anička is still playing. Hopefully Anička will win. I don't know. It looks good, right? This, to my eyes, it looks good. I'm very surprised by the evaluation of the computer. Yeah, and they are going to repeat moves. Yeah. I think that's a fair result of this huge fight. Very, very nice game by both players. Good achievement for Anička. I think they are going to repeat moves. Computer shows something that is good for black, but I don't know why. Because this pawn is alive. And I think the initiative is just enough for the draw, right? You just go there, and then you go back. The reason why computer shows it's winning is somewhat apparently mysterious to me. Rook f1? No way. Okay. The idea is to play knight d7. Okay. So one thing is certain, nobody will play that. But yeah, it's nice because actually after f7, you play rook b1, king d2, and now you go back. And you use the fact that now the bishop is stuck at g8. Oh my, so go knight d7 and then go back. Okay. That's the stuff. Well, the thing is that I think bishop g8 and knight g1 happened. It's for the first time, and now it's for the second time. So I think that actually Anička is considering to play for the win. Maybe a surprise due to the computer evaluation, but actually if I were white, I would think how to win this position because I would be quite happy. For example, I would calculate rook e3 here with the idea of king a1 trapping the knight. This is not a joke. So I think Anička is considering this. But when we look at the time, I think it's much safer and wiser alternative to repeat the moves and take a draw. Of course, black can maybe find the continuation of a computer, but this is not going to happen. So I think after rook f4 we would see the repetition. But the question is, and considering Anička's style, I think she is calculating rook e3 or rook d3 very heavily. Because after all, she has 3 pawns for a knight. And yeah, the knight is here, which is a strange square for the knight. Apparently, she should play rook b1, which is logical, and now black can repeat moves again. And also, she can try something like a rook f1. Yeah, that is good. Yeah, and when I see this position after f4, I now understand that I don't want to go into it, because the knight is strange but relatively safe. I have 2 pawns for a piece. So yeah, it's relatively okay, but it's not a winning attempt. No. So rook e3 is not a good move due to rook b1 possibility. So I think, yeah, white should continue by playing rook f4 and wait for the third repetition. We will return to this game later. I want to check on Jelin and Danielian. Just to do a short recapitulation, we have draws in the game of Nana Zagnidze and in this Azerbaijani duel, the second board. The third board is in progress. The Polish duel was won by Monika Sočko. That were the games we watched during the commentary. So the game of Jelena Danielian is the last one. Yeah, we've seen a lot of moves from the last time we were there. Yeah, and it was this, I suggested this bishop d4, bishop c3 that happened in the game. And after all, it seems like black will win the game after all. Because the king will hit here to b6. Bishop is strong, very strong. And when you take the bishop, the rook in game is just hopeless. I take with the pawn. And then this is a weakness, and this pawn marches to the queen. So I think this is just hopeless for white. So maybe she will try to find some counterplay like this. But anyway, it doesn't seem like it's gonna work. The problem for black is that she is in a time trouble again, which is quite annoying. She spent a lot of time on king d6 probably. Right after the time control, where she refused to repeat moves, which is logical, of course. So yeah, these time troubles are terrible. I'm expecting king c7. And then, yeah, knight takes c6, maybe the best option, but it's just lost. When you go c5, it may also happen. I believe I can calmly take the pawn. You have some counterplay, but it's just not enough for anything. For example, when you start checking me here in this position, I will always find some shelter, and I have two pawns now, so I just go here and it's winning. But in the game, king e7 happened. Oh my! But that's a completely different story. Yeah, I think Jelena is tired. Okay, I am tired, so she is probably tired too. Because no, this is not this is not a good move. I mean, now I can play rook h6, and when you take, I take. And it's completely different story. I mean, the king is not protecting the pawn, so I just take it. And okay, I'm not saying this is a dead draw, but it's a different story. I have counterplay. It's only one pawn. So yeah, you can fight, of course. Like in this in-game. It's similar story like in Natalka's game. We have the free a pawn and something on the king side, but now I have the c4 pawn, and I think this is gonna be a draw. After king e7, we are waiting for the move of white here, but I think rook h6 is going to happen, and the situation is not good for Jelena Danielian. I think, yeah, she will be quite angry because her advantage was very big during the game. But after the time control, I think she got tired, and this king e7 move is a mistake. So I think we will see another draw here in this game, which means all first three boards will end in a draw. And yeah, rook h6 really happened, and I don't see black winning this. We will wait for a few minutes for it, but I think Ulvia Fatalieva will make a lucky draw in this game. But I will return to the game of Natalka. Oh, it was a draw. She didn't even try. Maybe she didn't know that this is a chance. Yeah, she repeated moves. That's a pity. Yeah, that's a pity because she could try this a4 move. And it's not that clear that white would find a way to a draw. Honestly, I suspect that h4 would happen in this position, and it's already winning for black after this calm little move, king g6. We've seen this variation before during the commentary, and I still believe this is winning for black. Yeah, so it's a pity. I think Natalka was also tired already, and she was happy with the draw relatively after a long fight and tough game. She missed some chances, but overall it's a good result for black. So she is going to be relatively happy, I think. with a draw. So she repeated moves right after we reached this rook in game. Okay, so it was a draw. I can see that our best player, according to the rating, Julia Movsesian, is winning her game. That's good. And actually, that's true. She's going to win against Anamaya Kazarian. We, we didn't have time for this game at all, so maybe we just briefly check what happened. So, yeah, it was a normally 4e5 opening. And Julia played g6 line. I think this is quite normal for both sides. Knight bd2, I like this one. Okay, queen e8. So my normal reaction would be to play bishop b3 to step out of this diagonal. B4 happened, which I don't like that much. Yeah, she played it nicely. She's preparing the f5 break by playing king h8, and also she's preparing knight f4 in the center. Then if white takes on f4, then I take with the pawn and I have the long diagonal and it's good. So maybe we'll just look at the game. Oh my, g4 happened. Oh, and it's relatively good according to the computer. Okay. Okay. G4 was a nice idea. So actually, Julia was under pressure during the game. Okay. Interesting. I can understand that black's position is a little bit cramped. White has a pressure. You can see that the rook on a7 is very well placed. It's very active. And Julia wanted to get some play, and she played c5, which is, I think, out of desperation. She sacrificed a pawn like that and played knight c6, and it worked. Instead of playing rook takes d7, which is a relatively logical exchange sacrifice, then take on d6, and there is a big weakness on b5. It would be good for white. It worked. White got back with the rook, and then Julia got some play. And in a time trouble, the experience was the decisive factor. She sacrificed the bishop on the king side, and somehow she got the upper hand. There was an attack on the f2 square, and now the position is already better for black in a practical game because white's king is weak. White also doesn't have the black squared bishop. It would be nice to have the bishop here, but the black bishop is out of the board. So yeah, this is already difficult for white. And she didn't handle, and in the position where we are now, I think the transmission already stuck, and Julia won the game because this is just completely winning. So, okay, it's good for her. She will reach 3 points out of 5 games, and tomorrow maybe she will have some strong opponent. So, let's wait how this will end. It's the final game on the top boards, and the last game we will check. Rook h6 on the board. I told you that this one will happen, and it happened. And white took the pawn on c6. And this position is a draw, I think. I am surprised that Jelena Dalian sacrificed this pawn on c6. White got the rook behind the pawn. And okay, I understand that black will try to win this game, but I think there are no chances. Well, there are always chances, but I mean, they are not big. And it also seems that black is in a time trouble. She has only 3 minutes. That's another issue. And I can understand that white is not that experienced player. So there are some chances in the end game, but this is not that difficult. How you are going to defend this pawn on a4. When you play h4, I take the pawn on a4. So you need to go rook a2, I believe. But when you go rook a2, I take the other pawn. I mean, basically everybody would make a draw out of this. Now what? When you go h4, I go king c3. You go h3. Right, what else? I go rook h5, you go h2. I go king b4. And then I march with the c5, c-pawn, c5, c6, c7. And it's going to liquidate into a draw. I can even play f4, just to show that I am using all my pieces. And after king g6, I create a barrier for your king. And then after king f5, now I believe it's the time to play c5. And let's imagine a3, king b3, just a draw. I don't see any chances here. It's just a draw. Yeah, so I do believe that this is going to end in a draw. We may wait here for a few minutes, but let's have a short recapitulation of this 5th round of European Women's Chess Championship 2022 here in Prague. It was another fighting round. I enjoyed the commentary very much. Sadly for our Czech players, results are not that good, but they are fighting. Natálka Kaňáková had the good chances to win the game. Sadly, she made a draw. I believe Julia will win, so she will reach 3 out of 5. And maybe we check another results. We saw the game of Anička Lhocká. It was a good game. It was in progress, and actually it is in progress. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Oh my, Anička. Instead of repeating the moves, I told you that she's considering to play something else because she has a great fighting spirit, but you can fight and still trying to be a little bit, I mean, how to say, objective, because it's not good to lose games, right? And when you don't repeat here, you just end in a very bad position. So instead of taking a draw by playing rook f3, Anička played rook d4, and she lost this pawn. And she wanted to create a trap for black's knight. And I really understand what's her point. It's actually quite nice. She wants to go king f1 after knight g1. And that's a trap for the knight. But it doesn't work because knight takes f3. It's actually possible. I take, and then I go king g7. And you take my knight, but I take your bishop. And the endgame is winning for black. It didn't happen in the game. She played knight g6. But anyway, this position is just very bad. Yeah, it's a bit sad. I will ask Anička maybe tomorrow, or I will meet her sometime, and I will ask her why she didn't take the draw. Maybe she thought that position is bad anyway. Maybe she saw the idea that computer showed us that after rook f3 there is the possibility of going knight d7. Maybe she saw that. But I mean, black repeated moves already twice. I don't believe she would find this move on 3rd attempt. So actually rook f3 would end in a draw, I think. But anyway, it's just my guess. So we will return to the 3rd board. We do have some changes. Actually, h4 happened. So Jelena Danielian sacrificed another pawn. But this is just a draw, right? King e4 happened, which is a little bit surprising. The idea is to go rook a6 now. But black can play rook e2. and then maybe rook e5, trying to get somewhere. The important point is that black cut off white's king. So it's some hope. I do not consider the move king e4 to be precise. I would rather go simply rook a8 here. It seems to me like a better choice. Let's imagine you play h3, right? My idea was to go rook h8, and when you try to go there with the king, I just go king e3, and I do not see any hope for black to win this game. This is just a draw. So yeah, I'm a bit surprised by the move king e4. I hope it's not start of a terrible miss by white. The other possibility is that the game already ended in a draw and they put king on e4. Is the game still in progress, our director? Can we check the results? Because due to the anti-cheating regulations, we have 15 minutes delay. And we can see the camera, the third board. Oh yeah, they made a draw. You can see the kings, right? So the king e4 move was actually only putting the kings in the center and the game is drawn. Yeah. So king e4 didn't happen probably, and black offered a draw after king e6, which is understandable. I think rook a8 would happen, or even c5, and the position is drawish. Even after king e4 and my maneuver, it would be a draw, but I don't think king e4 happened. So we have a draw, and I think that's a wrap up. Okay, they were fighting pretty hard, but I do believe that for the whole tournament, for the outcome of European Championship, this was one of the most important positions. We will see, of course, in the future, but I think for Nana Zagnidze, it was very important to survive such a bad situation out of the opening. And of course, it's easy to say, but Anna Ushenina shouldn't repeat moves here if her goal is to win the European Championship, because it's much better position. But I can fully understand why he repeated moves. Because black has some pressure, but it's not easy at all. So yeah, she decided to take a draw in a time treble, and that's very important for Nana Zagnidze because as a rating favorite of the event, she didn't lose with white pieces, and that's very good for her. So yeah, this was a short game, but very tense one, and we analyzed it in a big depth. So tomorrow there is a sixth round, and we start as usual a few minutes after 3 p.m. I will be here. Hopefully you will be here also, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for watching. Have a nice evening. Bye.